for me.
Good evening. I'd like to start the June 27th, 2022 Missoula City Council meeting. Please join me in the pledge. Good evening. So we are still partially having virtual meetings and that we are hybrid. Marty, if you would put the screen up and just give some information on how people can participate virtually if they're not able to be here in person, I'd appreciate that.
Good evening, everybody. I'm happy to do that. Hi, I'm Marty Raba. I'm the Legislative Services Director for the City of Missoula. So if you're watching on MCAT or YouTube or streaming on our website and you'd actually like to join this meeting virtually, here we go. I'm going to show you how to do it. Let me share my screen. I recommend going to your favorite search browser and you can type the City of Missoula in there. And the City of Missoula will probably be the #1 search result on your web browser. You're going to open that. On the main page of the city is this beautiful picture of our lovely community, and there is a meetings button right here. Meetings button gets you to Meeting Central for all of the city's meetings that we host. And so you'll arrive on our portal page Tonight's city council meeting, today's the 26th, so we're gonna go on this calendar down to the 26th for the city council meeting. When you click on that link, you will see some options. And if you'd like to join our meeting, you can click on this agenda HTML or PDF. I like HTML. And at the top of every single one of our agendas, folks, is the information that you need to join the meeting. So there's a link right here to join via computer. We ask that you put in your first and last name so that when our presiding officer, Council President Jones, calls for public comment, we have a name that we can call on. You have also an option to attend by phone if computers are not your thing. We have 3 different phone numbers here. I'm going to read off one for folks who may have cell phones and or don't incur long distance charges. So that phone number is 1-253-215-8782. That's 1-253-215-8782. If you have a landline, we have 800 number that you can call in. That phone number, 1-888-475-4499. That's 1-888-475-4499. When Zoom answers the phone, they're going to ask you for a webinar ID. And the number that you'll want to punch in is 871-1768-5875. Generally, folks do not need a password to access our meetings as they're public. Once you're in via phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand, and that signals to us here on our end that you wish to be recognized for public comment. So when Council President Jones calls for public comment, and if you want to comment, you can press *9 to raise your hand. If you want to lower your hand, you can press *9 again. And then when she calls on you, you can press *6 to mute or to either unmute or mute your phone. If all you want to do is watch, we stream these meetings live on our website. On that agenda page that I was talking about earlier, you just click the video button in order to watch our meeting stream. Or we have a City of Missoula YouTube channel. So if you go to YouTube, you can enter the City of Missoula, and City Council will be broadcasting live there. And, for my entire career, which is over 30 years, the Missoula Community Access Television has been carrying City Council meetings live on cable channel number 190. That's on Spectrum TV. So thanks. I think that's my spiel.
Thank you, Marty. And if you could do a roll call for attendance, that would be great. And I'll let you know you are a little faint. We can hear you, but it's a little bit faint. Just FYI. Thanks.
I can do something about that. Hang on. I moved my volume up a little bit on my device. I hope that helped. And I moved a little closer. Better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, great. So roll call for tonight's meeting. Hang on, I got to get to another screen. Anderson, Stacy Anderson.
Present.
Mirta Becerra.
Present.
Daniel Carlino.
Present.
John Contos.
Here.
Jordan Hess.
Present.
Gwen Jones.
Present.
Kristen Jordan.
Present.
Mike Nugent.
Present.
Jennifer Savage.
Present.
Amber Sherrill.
Present.
Sandra Zika.
Present.
And Heidi West.
Present.
And Mayor Engen is absent. That's all 12 council members present this evening.
Great, thank you. We have minutes from June 20th, 2022 to approve. Were there any changes to those minutes from counselors? Seeing none, those will stand approved, and we will take public comment on non-agenda items. So if you're here to speak on the Expo Parkway rezone or anything of that nature that is on the agenda. So these are for items not on the agenda. Anything else? I do have one raised hand in the virtual attendees. Mr. Larson. Are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, now I'm able to unmute myself. City Council, this is Matt Larson, Ward 3. Nice to see and hear all y'all. It's come to my awareness that the READ and people on the waiting list for the READ on the housing list have been told not to count on getting housed in the READ. And I've requested all the documents and agreements that were made by the city of Missoula to house people at the Reed condo building. As you may recall, there was 20% of the people, 20% of the units that were supposed to be dedicated to affordable housing. And now people on the housing list with Missoula Housing Authority are being told not to count on that. I was wondering if anyone on council wanted to lift any fingers to look into that, or what the situation was with that. I also wanted to address school safety, as our chief of police spoke on that recently. We purchased with a federal DOJ grant a 3D scanner in September of 2020. And so I find it very alarming. We purchased that for school safety, by the way. And so I find it very alarming that Chief White would say that there are no plans yet to actively go into the schools, as that 3D scanner was purchased to scan the entire school for school safety. So I'm wondering what has been done with this 3D scanner, and if any of the scans have been taken of any of the schools in the city of Missoula since September 2020 when it's been purchased. And I'm wondering if any reports have been made back to the grantor, the federal government. It's to my knowledge, this unit is actually just used to clear traffic investigations and murder investigations. But I requested the data, and we'll see what the log files for this piece of equipment show. But I find it very alarming that for years we've had this piece of equipment, and the schools have been basically vacant through the pandemic. And yet with our SWAT team and all the funding, we still don't have adequate planning in place. And we've actually had a school shooting scenario occur at Hellgate, where I'm pretty sure we waited a long time, just as what occurred in Uvalde, until the police cleared the subjects involved as having no weapons. I find this very alarming, and I think our community should find this pretty alarming too. But again, I wonder if anyone on city council does. It was great to see everyone come out to the rally at the courthouse lawn. I saw a bunch of legislators there, including a bunch of people who are running for seats. I did not see Daniel Carlino there, which was odd, but that's neither here nor there.
Mr. Larson, I'm going to call a point of order. We don't.
There's no point of order here.
Specific attacks
I was
here,
just
but
saying who I saw there. And
you're
that's
past
odd.
3 minutes now, so we're going to have to move on. Thank you for your public
That's bullshit.
comment. Okay. Any other public comment on items not on the agenda? Seeing none, we're going to go forward with our agenda items. Next, Marty, if you could go through the committee agenda for this coming week under item number 4. Thank you.
There, I'm unmuted. We are setting up committee meetings for the next 2 weeks, folks. Next week, City Council does not meet due to the Independence Day holiday. And we're actually stacking all the committee meetings this coming Wednesday on June 29th. So here, let me share my screen so everybody can see what's going on. Here we go. A little more screen real estate here for this document. Make it a little bigger. All right. So we are setting up committee meetings for June 29th tonight. We're announcing them. All of these meetings are being held via Zoom webinar. They are not hybrid meetings. City Council Chambers is being used by municipal court while we have our third courtroom under construction because we elected 3 judges this past municipal election. So the court is in the chambers during the daytime, and City Council is continuing to meet virtually while that's going on. So let's get started. Budget Committee of the Whole will meet, or excuse me, Budget and Finance Committee, old habits die hard, will meet this coming Wednesday, the 29th of June from 10:30 in the morning till 11:30. They will be taking up 2 items. The first is a resolution relating to $6,897,000 for water system revenue bonds, series 2022B, authorizing the issuance of those bonds and fixing their terms and conditions. We are also kicking off the fiscal year 2023 budget process with the presentation of the mayor's executive budget. After that, Climate Conservation and Parks Committee will meet on the 29th from 11:45 till 12:15. They'll be taking up an encroachment permit for 2415 South Hills, and that's an encroachment that is being applied for Peary Park. Committee of the Whole will meet on the 29th from 12:30 until 1 o'clock. And the item is a bear hazard assessment for the Missoula area. Public Safety, Health and Operations Committee will meet this coming Wednesday from 1:30 to 2:30. And they will be taking up a resolution supporting entheogenic plant practices. Public Works and Mobility Committee will be meeting this coming Wednesday from 2:45 to 3:10, taking up a memorandum of agreement with Spark One LLC for Concrete Way Water Main Extension Project. And the Land Use and Planning Committee will round out the day from 3:20 to 4:05. Currently, they are planning to take up a resolution to annex and zone the Fairway View Addition planned unit development for some land that's located at 3946 Foxton Court.
Thank you, Marty. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda were approved in city council committees to be placed on the consent agenda to save time at council meetings by voting on them as a package. The city clerk will read the list aloud, so citizens watching on MCAT will know what is on the consent agenda. We'll invite community comment on these items before we vote. Back to you, Marty.
Okay. Just a moment, I'm going to change my screen here. Move to the next thing. All right, tonight's consent agenda, folks, has 11 items. And let me share my screen so folks can follow along with what's on it. Okay, I'm gonna scroll up here, get up to the top. Make it a little bigger, maybe. There we go. All right, the first item is to approve accounts payable, which are the city's bills, in the amount of $1,714,655.86 for checks that are dated tomorrow, June 28th, 2022. Number 2 is to set a public hearing for July 11th, 2022. On a resolution amending the City of Missoula subdivision regulations, Article 1, introductory provisions, Article 2, definitions, Article 3, subdivision design standards, Article 4, review and approval procedures, Article 5, submittal requirements, Article 6, variances, Article 7, errors, corrections, and adjustments, and Article 8. Sorry, my light keeps going off back here. And Article 8, exempt land divisions, incorporating applicable state legislative changes from the 2017, 2019, and 2021 legislative sessions, along with limited clarifying amendments based on consideration of review criteria. Number 3 is to confirm the mayor's appointment of Mia Hannock to the Public Art Committee for a term that begins on July 1st of 2022 and expires on June 30th of 2026. Number 4 is to set a public hearing for July 25th, 2022 on Homeward's tax credit application for rehabilitation of the Creekside Apartments. Number 5 is to approve a contract for the Acela Premium, I'm gonna have to turn that back on. Okay, I think I have 3 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna approve a contract for Acela Premium Citizen Experience powered by Open Cities per the attached scope of work in the amount of $35,000. Acela is the city's permitting software. Number 6 is to approve the purchase of 2 Ford Transit F-350 15-passenger vans for the Parks Department from National Auto Fleet Group of Watsonville, California, for the purchase price of $52,379.08 each, for a total of $104,758.16 for both. Number 7 is to approve and authorize the mayor to sign 2 lease agreements with Jim Meyer for properties located at 414 Ryman and 400 Ryman Street and 198 Pine Street. Number 8, and that's leases for office space used by the city in those buildings. Number 8 is to approve and authorize the mayor to sign the letter of agreement to accept grant funds of $5,000 with the state of Montana Department of Environmental Quality. That is related to the Patty Creek Restoration Project. And number 9 is to approve and authorize the mayor to sign the construction services agreement with Western Excavating, Knife River, and Paulson Electric for emergency repair services for City of Missoula utilities in fiscal year 23 at a cost not to exceed $24,999. Number 10 is to adopt a resolution calling for removal of Sussex Avenue between South Avenue and Brook Street from the Missoula urban area highway system, and adopt a resolution of intention to vacate the South Sussex bypass right-of-way that cuts diagonally through block 32 in the Homevale addition, and the public utility easement that was created when the alley was vacated, as shown in Exhibit A of the resolution, and subject to conditions of approval. City Council this evening is setting a public hearing on that matter for their meeting on July 16th of 2022. And finally, number 11 is to promote Jackson Hill to the vacated voting position or member seat on the Historic Preservation Commission with a term that begins immediately and ends December 31st of 2023.
Great, thank you, Marty. And I think 5.10, I think I heard you say July 16th, but the public hearing is July 18th. Just wanted to correct that on the record.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? If so, you can come up to the mic and give public comment for 3 minutes. Seeing none, I'll go to our attendees and Mr. Larson. You can unmute yourself and provide public comment on the consent agenda.
Yes, this is for accounts payable over $1,000. I'd like to draw to the public's awareness the over $10,000 of 223 That is AR-15 rounds that MPD is continuing to purchase for quote unquote training purposes. These rounds are basically walking out the doors, ladies and gentlemen. They are not accounted for, and MPD will not provide the documentation that shows that these are actually used for bona fide training purposes. We are giving away ammunition from your hard-earned tax dollars to MPD officers. Sometimes these MPD officers self-supply these AR-15s, in which
Point of
case
order.
they are supposed, this is
Mr.
not a point of
Larson,
order,
I'm
this is
gonna-
fact.
Mr. Larson, point of order. We're getting a lot
Then
of
allow me to continue
factually
speaking.
incorrect information on the record at this point.
Allow me to continue
Marty,
speaking
I
on the
do
next
not have the
subject then, please.
capacity to remove Mr. Larson from speaking, and because
Allow
I
me to
do not
continue
seem to be
speaking
a
on the,
host. So Marty, if you
please
could
allow me to
remove
continue.
him, that would be helpful. Thank you. Okay, any other public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none. Do any counselors want to separate the question or announce their intent to abstain from voting? Seeing none, we will go ahead and have a roll call vote on the consent agenda. Thank you, Marty.
Okay, on the consent agenda, Anderson,
Yes.
Becerra,
Yes.
Carlino,
Yes.
Contos,
Yes.
Hess,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Nugent,
Yes.
Savage,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Vasika,
Yes.
and West.
Yes.
Would any of you like to change your vote? It's 12 ayes.
Thank you. The consent agenda passes. We have no comments from city staff, city agencies, community forum, neighborhood councils, boards, commissions, or authorities. We have no special presentations or proclamations tonight. We do have one item under final consideration. Items listed under final consideration have had a public hearing. The hearing was held open to allow time for additional public comment before final consideration and action by the city council. The chairperson of the standing city council committee will make a motion, and we invite community comment on each item. So tonight we have item 8.1, which is the rezone at Expo Parkway. I assume many of you are here for this tonight. I'm going to go to staff first to see if there's any additional information staff wanted to provide on the record. And I see Mr. de Grandpré. Good evening.
Good evening, counselors. No, there's no new information.
Ms.
that
Jones,
I have.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm having a hard time hearing the remote participants. Can we recess briefly and see if we can get that resolved? I think it would be a benefit to. the
So
audience.
Marty, we are having an issue hearing people, and I don't know if it's because the air conditioning is on now. Is there any way to turn up the volume for remote participants?
Okay, does that sound a little more clearer in the room?
That sounds better. Thanks.
I see some head nods. All right.
Okay, back to Dave de Grandpré.
Thank you. Dave DeGrandpré Development Services. The only additional information I have is we continue to receive public comments on this proposal. We've been sending them to you and throughout the day. The vast majority of comments are opposed to this development application.
Thanks, Dave. And I'm going to ask LUP Chair Jordan Hess, was there any additional presentation from staff on anything?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, all righty. Questions from council, Mr. Carlino. Go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to ask Dave to clarify the essential zoning of this parcel, because since under Title 20, the stricter zoning for the parcel takes over the whole parcel. So essentially, is it correct, Dave, that this parcel right now is zoned for single family only with an average lot size of 5,400 square feet for the essential zoning?
Well, there are two distinct parcels. There's a southern parcel and a northern parcel. Both of those lots are quote unquote split zoned, meaning more than one zoning designation applies. The larger parcel, which is to the north, the prevailing zoning is R5.4, which is a single family type residential district with a minimum lot area of 5,400 square feet. The southern parcel has a prevailing zoning of RM1-35, that's residential multi, with a 35-foot maximum building height. And I can show you a graphic of that if you'd like to see it.
Yeah, if we could see the graphic of the essential zoning, that would be helpful. Thank you.
So this is what the effective zoning looks like. You can see the larger northern parcel. I hope you can see the larger northern parcel in yellow. That's R5.4. Again, that's a single family type residential district. And the southern parcel has a prevailing zoning of RM1-35, again, residential multi-dwelling with a maximum building height of 35 feet.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, any other questions from council? Seeing none. Oh, Mr. Nugent.
Thank you. That we received some public comment, and most of it we've touched on in various hearings, but there was one new item that I was hoping to ask Mr. Nugent for a little bit of information on. Comment says that this project results in non-uniform regulations within RM 145 in violation of the uniformity requirement in MCA 76-2-302. And I was hoping to get a little bit of clarity on that.
Mr. Jim Nugent, if you're able to
Yes,
answer
I
that.
think that issue was addressed several weeks ago. Dave might remember the more specific time. But in this particular instance, that wasn't applicable. And I think at that time, Dave was working with Ryan Sudbury, but I can't remember the specifics, but it's been more than a month probably since that issue was specifically addressed and was identified as not being a concern.
Thanks, Mr. Nugent. So that should be in the record and in the minutes. Any other questions from council? All right. At this point, then we would go to Mr. Hess for a motion on this matter.
Thanks. I'm going to make an affirmative motion as the committee chairperson. I'm not going to speak for or against the motion, but I'm just going to make an affirmative motion so that a yes vote means yes and a no vote means no. So that's just so everyone knows what I'm doing here. I move that on second and final reading, we adopt an ordinance rezoning 2900, 2920, and 2990 Expo Parkway, Grant Creek Village, 2 parcels, 44 acres, legally described as Government Lot 4 and portion of Certificate of Survey 4831, and amended Track A of Certificate of Survey 3750, and portion C of Certificate of Survey 4831, and portion A of Commerce Center Phase 2, amended in Section 5, Township 13 North, Range 19 West, from R5.4 residential and RM1-35 residential multi-dwelling, B2-2 community business, and C1-4 neighborhood commercial to RM1-45 residential multi-dwelling.
Thank you. That motion is in order. Next in our process is public comment on this item. So I'm assuming a lot of people are here to to give public comment tonight. If you want to come up to the podium, you need to please state your name clearly for the record, and then please try to take not more than 3 minutes. And I'll give you a gentle reminder if you go over 3 minutes. And we do, under our rules of decorum for council, we stress professionalism and not any personal attacks. So just wanted to say that up front, not that I'm expecting any of that. So if you would like to provide public comment on this item, that is in order now. And I'd recommend you come on up to the podium. State your name for the record. Thanks.
My name is Akhilesh Bemler. Might remember me. I appreciate that everyone is actually giving me eye contact today. That is very nice. Thank you. I hope that John Engen is doing well. I do worry about his health. I do have just a couple of short comments. It won't even be 3 minutes. It's about the process that's been occurring right here in this room today even. So there were not enough agenda items printed. It's okay. I mean, we have a lot of public here and we're used to it being crickety, so better next time, hopefully. In regards to public comment and allowing people to speak, I think it would be a good idea perhaps to consider that you are not the arbiter of truth or facts, and that John Engen would allow folks to speak for the entire 3 minutes. Just consider that. He was able to treat the public with respect. He allowed discourse, no matter how uncomfortable. And he was able to look me in the eye without fear or aggression. So please do consider allowing people to speak without being presumptive about the facts and being the arbiter. Please, thank you.
Thanks. So we're taking public comment on the item that is in front of us right now, which is the Expo Parkway rezone matter. So if anyone is here to give public comment on that item, please step forward and just put your name on the record. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jim Gray. I live in Grant Creek in the Prospect subdivision, and I've been following this issue quite closely. I've been pretty vocal about it in both in person and in print. I had several letters published in the newspaper about this. As a longtime resident of Grant Creek, we've watched as our traffic has increased enormously. It took us more than 10 years to get that turn lane onto I-90 West, when in fact it probably should have been the double roundabout as on Van Buren Street. Nevertheless, the addition of this many housing units, apartments in that section of Grant Creek will be a nightmare for both traffic and congestion. Secondly, we're very concerned these days about wildland fire hazards. And I think that if there was a need of an evacuation, Grant Creek is a dead-end road. There's only one way in and one way out. So to approve a development of this size, I think would be extremely dangerous and harmful to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else that wants to provide comment? Please step up to the podium. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Kim Burke, B-I-R-C-K. I'm the secretary of Friends of Grant Creek. And are you not hearing me? No. Okay. Are you hearing me? Yeah, I'm short.
A little bit louder.
I'm short. I'm not speaking into the microphone, I guess. Anyway, there are a lot of people who have followed this issue for the 2.5 years that it's been on the books, or at least being considered. And the first time around, we sent out a petition because everything was virtual, and over 363 people sent back copies of the petition with their statement of support for existing zoning and against the rezone request. Since there's nothing that has changed in the actual rezone request between then and now, these petitions are just as valid now as they were in 2020. There's 363 signatures in here. Not everyone is in this room. Obviously, a lot of people have company from out of town. It's beautiful summer weather after a very cold spring, so it's hard to get people to come out. I'm surprised at the size of the crowd that is here on a beautiful day like this. I don't know, I mean, do I need to keep these for the next time this comes around, or?
If you want them to go into the record, you can hand them to a counselor and we'll make sure that the clerk has them to be
They
submitted
were
into the
handed,
record.
they were handed to John Engen 2 years ago. I don't know if that's a record for a previous hearing, but on the same project.
If they were already submitted, then they're probably in the record. So
They probably
you
are,
can
but I don't
probably
know if
just
they
keep
scanned
that.
every single one of them. If you need them, I've got them.
Thanks. Thank you for
Thank
that.
you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else that wants to give public comment on the item that is in front of us right now, the rezone? Come on up to the mic. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Liam Seymour. I'm part of the Missoula Tenants Union and I'm a resident of Ward 3. I've been coming to these council meetings for a while now, but I'm coming up here tonight to ask you to vote yes for the Grant Creek and Expo Parkway rezone. Missoula is a thriving and most of all, it's a growing city. It's growing around us every day. And the best thing that we can do for that growth is to embrace it. And more importantly, to plan for it. Like it said in A Place to Call Home, the housing policy passed by this city council, no neighborhood should be asked to experience radical change. Consequently, no neighborhood should be exempt from that change either. This rezone will allow for more housing to be built, especially mixed income and mixed family housing, such as duplexes and triplexes. It has plans for public green space, and there are already plans that have been seen by this council for a potential bus line to the area. The city has seen many rezones in the past few years with the hope of increasing access to housing and encouraging community. But to my knowledge, the Grant Creek rezone is the only one that has not passed in this way. No neighborhood should be exempt from this change. I don't want to dismiss or minimize the concerns of any of the Grant Creek neighbors who are here tonight. The issues of accessibility and traffic have been brought up before, both in previous hearings as well as here tonight. It feels almost like a chicken and the egg situation. More units can't be built without better infrastructure, but it seems like better infrastructure isn't going to be built unless more units are already there. So I'm hoping that tonight you would vote yes. And I'm hoping that that encourages, as well as the additional units, additional infrastructure to go into it to support the concerns that the Grant Creek neighbors have brought forward. Increased funding will come for the infrastructure with the new units and the new rezone. Missoula as a whole needs to grow, and it needs to grow as a whole community. No neighborhood can be exempt from that growth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else that wants to provide public comment on this item, please come on up. Good evening.
My name is Richard Lasko. My background includes 50 years of working in wildland fire operations, and I'm currently a resident of Grant Creek. The 2019 Fire Department Master Plan, which provides a compelling view of the effect of growth on the Missoula Fire Department. I hope it is a plan you are all familiar with. The 2019 plan examined the ability of the Missoula Fire Department to assemble resources to safely and effectively mitigate an emergency and arrive in a timely manner. The Missoula Fire Department identifies 3 engines, 1 aerial apparatus, and 1 command unit as the full first alarm assignment for a structure fire. The National Fire Protection Association established a standard by which all fire departments are measured. This standard specifies that the full first alarm assignment for a single-story residential structure should arrive within 8 minutes travel time, 90% of the time. Now, I'm now directly quoting from the Missoula Fire Department report. Missoula Fire Department travel time performance does not meet the NFPA benchmark of 8-minute travel for the arrival of a full first alarm assignment at a structure fire. There are large portions of the Missoula Fire Department service area that are beyond the 8-minute travel of sufficient resources to assemble full first-time alarm assignment. Figure 41 in the plan, which is a map, which I can distribute later, depicts large areas, including the proposed rezone of the Missoula Fire Department service area that are not within the 8-minute travel time of a full first alarm. While response performance does not meet the NFPA emergency response goals, I must emphasize that the Missoula Fire Department is not performing poorly. They are in fact responding competently to ever-increasing demands with the limited resources that they have been given. Although the fire department annual incident volume increased by 57%, the annual budget only grew by 38%. The discrepancy in call volume outpacing funding should be addressed so the Missoula Fire Department can meet the demands of a growing community. The 2019 plan clearly identifies the need for additional response capability to meet growth in Missoula. With fire department call volume, population, and 3- and 4-story development expanding at an incredible rate, the City Council, I hope, will also look at this and future projects from a strategic viewpoint and consider the cumulative effects of development on the capacity of public safety organizations to meet expanding public demands. Rezoning to add 4-story buildings in the wildland urban interface only adds to the burden faced by the Missoula Fire Department. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else that wants to provide public comment? Good evening.
Hi there, my name is Hannah Cosell. I'm here today to speak in support of this rezone. I actually just came from Grant Creek to walk my dog there, still a little sweaty. And it was a really beautiful space. I saw some Western tanagers flying up above the creek, and even saw a mama bear and a bear cub running in front of me. I think I'm almost more nervous in this room tonight though, than I was on that open trail a few moments ago. You all, those who live there, you have a really beautiful neighborhood. And that's why I'm really excited for the opportunity for more Missoulians to be able to enjoy that scenery too. I had the privilege of listening to the Director of Bureau of Land Management yesterday, Tracy Stone Manning, and she spoke about this issue across the West, all the housing crises that Missoula is not special to have, and talked about how we really need to build up versus out, and how we can do that to preserve our wild spaces, to protect that mama bear and that cub, to create space that's not in homes that aren't going to run into their habitats and their wildlands. I spoke on this issue a month ago, and even in those short few weeks, I've heard so many more stories that really just took my heart about this housing crisis that we're deeply steeped in today. One example, I have a rental property on my block, and it's selling for over $750,000. One of those units housing a fresh family with a newborn baby. My friend who lives a block away, they just had a 25% rent increase, and she is not going to make more than a 50-cent raise all this year. In addition, a beloved home in our community has tenants awaiting displacement from landlords who are applying to the city for funding to renovate the homes that, as the owners, they have neglected. And they're looking to turn them into luxury apartments that no average Montanan can ever think about affording. I'm humbled today to be here with many housing advocates who are doing all that they can to make sure Missoula can stay an affordable place and a place we can continue to be proud of. And I hope that you join us in that too. It's amazing that we could fill up this room in passion and support on this issue, but I really want to think about the people that aren't able to be in this room here today, not necessarily because they have family in town, but because maybe they're working an extra job this evening to make their rent payments, to pay for the gas for the work that they have to go to tomorrow. For the family who just received a 30-day rent notice this month and is looking for options frantically, that's the word, as their days run out in a town that has a less than 1% vacancy rate. We need more housing. We would love to have affordable housing. I know that's not a decision you can make. And so I'm really asking you tonight to make the decisions that you can, that can house our neighbors, that can house our community, that we can have a space we can all be proud of. And the one that we can try to be creative, to build cooperatively, to grow in a way that all of our community can thrive. Thank you for your support today.
Thanks for your comments. Anyone else in the audience that wants to comment? Come on up. Good evening.
Good evening. Got a lot to think about, don't we? My name is Anna Kenny. I live on 2616 Old Quarry Road, which is a street up from where this development is planned. And I must say, I want to dispel the NIMBY the handle that's been put on our neighborhood. I and my husband moved to this area 7 years ago from Eastern Montana. I come from a long line of urban planners in Seattle and Portland. And I have personally experienced what unregulated growth does to towns and neighborhoods. And I do feel for the people that need housing. This is a wonderful place. But I need to say to those of you that live in Grant Creek, we are not arguing about a development down at the old quarry pit. My husband and I moved in fully aware of the fact that there was a planned development in the area. But we researched it and we were absolutely in agreement with the original planned zoning. Families need housing. Single people need housing. But the way it is set up, from my perspective, having come from Seattle and Portland, that boomed over the last 30 years. This is looking more like unregulated growth, which in my line of work, by the way, I'm not a filthy rich person that lives in a snob neighborhood. I am a nurse. I worked 35 years and retired from the Portland VA. And I must say we gave really good care. I am disappointed that the VA was not able to go ahead and build in that site. We were actually hoping that they would. I just want to tell you that our neighbors are retired teachers, music teachers, forestry people, nurses. We've got a couple of nurses in this room who actually were working during the COVID epidemic. Build the mixed use, build homes that young families can get into. We were expecting to have a development that reflected our neighborhood feeling. What I see now is basically, God love you, Mr. Alt. It's more of a profit motive than anything. Yes, we need housing. I'm not denying that, but housing can be given with mixed use, with condominiums that are restricted height limit, with green space, small houses for new families to afford. So let's think about this. The way I'm looking at it now, I've seen this happen before, essentially with this density that's being put into one little spot. It's essentially the same thing as building a dam at the mouth of a canyon. I mean, how do you get in and out? My husband is a wildland firefighter. We just had a wreck on I-90 today. And let me tell you, wildfires run uphill. What's on the other side of where this last crash was? And there was a fire that started there today. It runs uphill. You got Butler Creek, you've got Grant Creek. Let's look at the whole thing. Yes, we need housing. And I would support the original zoning. Let's bring young families, kids, students. There's no busing that would take students to the class. I mean, let's talk traffic. I am going to wrap this up, but I did see a pedestrian hit and transported by ambulance during the time that this apartment unit was being constructed. I've seen near misses, auto accidents at the mouth of Grant Creek. So please consider that. We are not NIMBYs. We welcome new neighbors, we welcome young families, we welcome students, but let's consider the density, the in and out and the threats. So please, I guess that's all I have to say, but we welcome new development. The builders can build, but let's go to the original zoning plan. Thank you.
We do not. We do not allow, I'm sorry, we're going to recess if you clap again. We do not allow that because we want everyone to feel welcome to provide comment, no matter what side you're on. So if we clap again, we'll be recessing and taking a timeout. All right, so let's just not have that participation. Next in public comment.
Hi, my name is Abigail Nelson. I'm a tenant in Missoula. I'm so grateful tonight that we have so much experience in this room. I don't think there are many neighborhoods facing redevelopment in Missoula who have such an awesome team of brains to figure out how that's going to happen. Unfortunately, we are in a crisis, as many of you have said, and we don't really have time to limit growth as much as we would like. I think that what's going to happen is up to everyone in this room, but just because you're all here, it doesn't mean that there aren't a lot of people in Missoula who desperately need this housing. You're all living it right now, but there are a lot of people who would show up here if they could. You're retired. It's an amazing life to live, I'm sure. The people who are taking those jobs that enabled you to retire, right, are living in these houses that we're trying to get built.
Ms. Hausland, I'm just here, please. Thanks. That's under our protocol, but thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, hi. Anyway, I think that we're all recognizing what a serious situation we're in right now, and whether we like it or not, it's going to happen. It's all a privilege that we're here right now, and if we can work together on how to make something better than we've ever had before, that would make a lot of sense. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Nate Thomas. I'm a resident of Prospect and on the HOA for our subdivision, apparently. I would like to point out that, I know RJ has kind of been our spokesman for the neighborhood, but in the midst of a pandemic, I think it's quite astonishing the amount of participation you drew out this evening. It just illustrates how front of mind this is on the residents that it will impact. As some of the previous speakers have spoken, we're not denying the housing crisis. We are questioning the logic behind, putting high density housing. If you look at RMEF, one of the conversations we had in the past year was how our residents can get out in case of a fire. I think it's quite telling how RMEF had to put up a 6-7 foot chain link fence around their property to address vandalism. I think some of those things need to be considered. We're not discounting the fact that housing is a crisis in this city. We are asking you to look at this with intent, make the decision that you feel is right. But 20 years ago now, I was a student at the university and I dreamed of having a house in that neighborhood. I didn't think it would be possible, and it was. I think that this radical change will turn our neighborhood into something it isn't. And I'd ask you to oppose this motion.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the room that wants to comment on this? Come on up. Good evening.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Audrey Kleckner. I'm a resident of Prospect and somewhat new to the neighborhood. I am not an anti-growth person. I do recognize that I'm an economist. I'm very interested in extending affordable housing to the individuals in our community who most struggle. That is not what these apartments are. I understand that they're very high rent and they would probably not meet the needs of the other people other than to give us a release valve of the demand. The issue for us is not whether we want to prevent other kind of people from moving in our neighborhood. I think that's just a it's not who we are as members of the Missoula community. We are here because we're very concerned about our wellness and our ability to exit in the case of wildfire. I think that continues to be a real concern for the group. And it makes no sense to take a population of about 600 homes and almost triple that and have a bottleneck at the top of the area. And that will increase the exit in the event of a fire event. It will increase time considerably. Many of us are retired, many of us are elderly. If we have to exit our cars, chances are we're not going to be able to run from the fire very well. One of the individuals earlier said that this is the only expansion plan that has not been passed by the group. There is a reason for that. It is not because we're special people. It is because there is one way in and one way out, and everyone is aware of that. And it is a very, very difficult a change to that area that could result in a catastrophic end. That's why there is the pause here. And I think that's the top argument for, at least for many in my immediate street. And we realize you have a very difficult job. But let me say that if this pass is given, and if those buildings are built, there is almost no undoing it and fixing it after the fact. So all the issues must be considered very somberly, and I'm sure you're doing that, and we appreciate it. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Nielsen. I'm an attorney here in town, and I represent the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. There have been a lot of meetings here, and you've all been very attentive to the issue. So I thank you for your time. And I'm not going to rehash everything, but I do want to focus on a few key things. One is that, like everybody tonight has said, density is not everything. Housing is important, so these decisions are difficult to make. But there is an objective standard that the city council has to rely on in making its decision tonight. And here, those are the review criteria, and the burden of proof is on KJA to prove that its rezone application complies with all those review criteria. And I'd just like to focus on a few of those, one of which is whether or not it complies with the growth policy. And in I guess the city's 2035 growth policy has a focus inward approach. Here, this is not the urban core, it's the WUI. It's different. There are not facilities and public amenities right there where you would see in the immediate urban core. More so, the city's growth policy refers to neighborhood plans, and it says this, and I quote, "Neighborhood plans are adopted as amendments to the growth policy, but address matters at a much finer graphic scale. So they're more nuanced to the region," is the point there. And so when you look at the 1980 Grant Creek Area Plan, you got to see what the main goals and objectives are. One of which is to have 2 routes into the Grant Creek Valley. That doesn't exist and won't exist if this rezone is approved. There need to be alternative emergency routes in the event of wildfire. That also doesn't exist. And one of the main concerns is that there will be a bottleneck at the I-90 interchange. These are all concerns that the public en masse has spoken today and in previous meetings. And I'd lastly like to address Mr. Nugent's conclusion that the uniformity requirement in Montana Code Annotated 76-2-302 doesn't apply here. And he didn't explain that in a lot of detail, but I respect his opinion, but I disagree with that. I can only kind of assume the reason he says that is because procedurally, the city council has separated or bifurcated the vote on the development agreement from the vote tonight. And I understand strategically, I guess, and legally why that was done. But I think if you look at the first draft of the development agreement, the fact that the public, the city council has discussed it in tandem with this vote, almost 50-50 split at the time, whether you break it out or not procedurally, everybody knows that it's tied to that vote. And so the legal arguments that were put in the letter that I emailed to you all today, which I hope you had a chance to look at, I do think carry a lot of weight. I can't stand up here and definitively tell you, nor is it my job to tell you how that would shake out in court. But I think the point is made that it isn't certain if it is challenged, and if the challengers did prevail and the city council had approved the rezone, I think there could be the potential for 1,100 units to be developed, which would only exacerbate the problems that everybody is concerned about here today. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the audience? Come on up.
Thank you. My name is Bart Bruns. And to be concise, yeah, the concerns on this one is the rezone, mainly from my opinion, from listening to the debate over the last couple of years. And the reason for that is that if we understand it's one thing in one ground rules, but legally, does that change? So everything we've been debating, everything we've been talking about, it's still murky to me if that does change. I understand there's well-intended consequences here too, and it's an important problem. But when you look around, I find it very challenging to find a unit with 700 units in Montana. I had a hard time finding one in Spokane. That's big. And if my numbers are right, that means Grand Creek does radically change to now 50% rental. That is a significant change. I would say that is a radical change. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the room that wants to speak? Come on up. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Luke Santora. I'm hearing a lot of discussion about why this wouldn't work, and it all focuses on the inconvenience in the daily life than the potential for wildland fire threat. But I want to focus on the crisis part of the housing crisis. 700 units, what does that actually mean? Maybe 1,500 or 2,000 people. These aren't going to be low-income apartments, but people who would otherwise be occupying housing in the rest of Missoula would move there, like, as someone used the term, acting as a release valve for the rest of the community, so people could maintain access to more affordable units in town. And the potential for wildfire running up Grand Creek, that is true for every Slot Canyon community in Missoula. And the housing crisis is a crisis. It's an emergency that's happening not right now, not a potential emergency that we can mitigate going into the future. We could do both. We could build safety zones in the area. We can make the housing in the area a defensible space. There's things that could be done to prevent this potential emergency situation in the future, but we need to do something right now to deal with the emergency that we are currently experiencing. And it's not inconvenience, it's people dying. It's people living a life of unimaginable stress that most of the people in this room, myself included, I can't even fathom. Just, I can barely pay my rent and I don't even have debt, just people are being pushed out of this community. And what that actually means is their entire lives being exploded or just becoming homeless and everything else that entails. I think that has more weight than being inconvenienced.
Thank you. Come on up. Good evening.
I'm Bert Lindler, a longtime resident of Grant Creek. I hope that the council members are able to reflect carefully on their vote as it affects the entire community of Missoula. As a resident of Grant Creek, I can't take that perspective just because I live there. I've lived there for 20 years. I expect to live there for another 10 or 20 or, well, how much time have I got? I don't know. So I would ask you, whatever vote you cast tonight, you cast the exact same vote for another neighborhood that is equally positioned. When another neighborhood has no services within a mile and a half, when another neighborhood has no transit, when another neighborhood has a one-way in, one-way out situation and great risk of fire, I hope you will vote not to rezone to the highest density allowed. And I'm asking the same here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindler. Come on up. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Julia Battisti. I'm just here in support of this rezoning. And I'd just like to say that, yeah, it's a radical change, but we need a radical change. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you.
My name is Joe Herdig. I live in Prospect. I just wanted to start by saying I applaud all of you that voted no the last time, and I really appreciated that. Frankly, I watched every Zoom meeting during that whole process. I listened to read every article, looked at all the facts on both sides of the matter, and I applaud you for voting no last time. I encourage you to do so again this time. Nothing has changed. I read the recent update. It's basically putting lipstick on a pig. There's nothing that's changed. It still violates the city growth policy. I also want to take this opportunity to just say, I resent being called an ivory tower person. That is not me. That is not the neighbors that I live with. We are don't have any problem with growth. We're already putting 450 units in where there were none. That doubles the size of our neighborhood right out of the gate. These are not going to be affordable homes. And yes, there might be an exhaust valve, whatever you want to call it. But guess what? The homes those people are going to be leaving, the rentals they're going to be leaving are the same price. So at the end of the day, does it really solve any problems? And I'm not retired. I'm a working person, as are many of the people that live in our community. And I am afraid of fire. We had a fire a couple of years ago up there that was scary as heck. And all it takes is one traffic accident at the bottom of that hill during a fire event. Nobody's getting evacuated. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room that wants to speak to this? Come on up. Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much. Members of the City Council, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Grant Parker. I serve as General Counsel to the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. I work at 5705 Grant Creek Road, which is just east of the proposed development. I live in Ward 3. RMEF's national headquarters is located in Lower Grant Creek, and we have about 80 to 100 employees who work from the site. Pandemic's kind of messed things up. We're still juggling with that. We have over 230,000 members across the country, including over 12,700 in Montana. We've contributed to wildlife and wildland projects throughout Western Montana that I hope all of you benefit from. And before the pandemic, over 40,000 people visited the Elk Foundation Visitor Center every year, and we hope to open up soon so that they'll be returning and doing that. The Elk Foundation purchased its property in 2002. We chose the location because of the character of Grant Creek. We were well aware of the zoning that governs the adjacent property and throughout Grant Creek. And this is a second rezone petition. We've always been prepared to live with the current zoning and the substantial development that it provides. With the increased activity in Lower Grant Creek over the last several years, the Elk Foundation has seen a tremendous increase in trespassing and vandalism, situation that would be further exacerbated by the proposed rezone activity. We have had to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars for security in order to protect our employees, our visitors, and our property. We're very concerned about the impacts that the additional units in this proposed rezone and development agreement would allow. and the impacts on the business of the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. There's just a couple of other points I'd like to raise. In the development agreement, which as has been discussed before, has been offered as an inducement for you to approve this proposed rezone. Section 3 talks about the city of Missoula being committed to seek a trail connection from the proposed development to the public trail systems around there. The Elk Foundation is very surprised to see this in the development agreement. No one in the city planning staff talked to the Elk Foundation about that. We're the logical connection for a lot of that. And again, sorry, Dave, but you didn't come and talk to us, and that's not a good way to plan. What is even more surprising, however, is why the city is using the development agreement to try to get access to the public trail system, which is a good concept, but is silent and has totally ignored the opportunity to reestablish a second emergency route to help get people out of Grand Creek. This is a prime opportunity, the prime time to do it. Talked about it several years ago. We talked about it this time. It still has not been addressed. And you are rapidly losing the opportunity to get that second route out of Grand Creek in an emergency that has been talked about and it's part of your growth plan, as part of your 1980 Grand Creek area plan, and something that we urge you to seriously consider, and don't lose this opportunity to help protect the lives of the people in the Grand Creek Valley. One thing I'd urge you to think about when you're deliberating this, and Aaron Nielsen did a good job of talking about the review criteria and how you need to look at it. But one of the frustrations that I've had in this whole process is that it's really hard to quantify and figure out what exactly the development impacts will be from this proposed rezone, which is your job. When Dave's done a good job of talking about the gross numbers that would be allowed under the current zoning, under the proposed rezoning, the 450 to 500 or 1,000 to 1,100 units. Those are gross numbers, as Dave has eloquently said. It doesn't really talk about what the net units are. The development agreement has a net unit of 700 units. But you don't know what the realistic net unit would be under either the current zoning or the proposed rezoning. You've heard the gross numbers, but you've never seen the figures and backed out what the hillside development limitations would be, the utility easements like Yellowstone Pipeline, the roads requirements to do those, the parking requirements. So you really don't know what the impacts are being, and that's what the review criteria charges you with doing. So for these and the reasons that have already been articulated, I respectfully urge you to vote no on the proposed rezone. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the room? We do have some people who are virtually attending, and I'll go to them. Oh, we do have people. All right. Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is R.T. Cox, and as you already know, I'm the president of the Friends of Grant Creek, which is not a particularly well-paying position, but I'm doing the best I can. The people who are most affected by the lack of infrastructure, the lack of a second way out, the lack of good traffic management, particularly in the northbound lanes, but really all the way through Lower Grant Creek Road. Those people are here today. And we've got representatives from the Prospect Homeowners Association, Prospect Meadows, HOA, Cottonwoods, HOA. I think you'll hear from them via Zoom. And I'm not calling for applause here. I don't want to get in trouble, but I would like for the people from Grant Creek who are here that are in favor of the existing zoning and opposed to the rezoning to quietly stand. And I don't know if there's any way to ask for people that are Zooming in to raise their hand to show support. This is a land use planning decision. That seems pretty obvious. Not only that, probably for some of you, this is turning into a difficult decision. There is a huge, huge push in this community for housing. This town is growing due to external forces that couldn't be foreseen maybe 5 or 10 years ago. But growth was foreseen by your city planners, the people who created these maps that I showed you earlier, our Missoula Development Guide, for instance. These documents were created after a lot of public input, a lot of hard work by your staff, that all of their maps, all of their recommendations are to not put high density housing in a place like this. There is one map, the FLUM map, which you have seen. Mr. de Grand Prix shows it to you frequently. And that map, without any rationale for explaining why this should be a high density location other than it's an abandoned gravel pit, without any rationale, that map keeps being pointed to as saying, well, this is high density, this is high density. That map has a disclaimer on it that I showed to you that said you have to consider the other growth policy considerations. I ask you respectfully, what is the point of hiring a planning staff to create these documents to help guide high density development into the right parts of the town, like where the Villaggio is going, Scott Street, over by Sherwood Street, Mullen Road? There are a lot of apartments being built in this town and meeting that need. How am I doing on my 3 minutes?
You're getting pretty close. Take another minute. Yeah.
Okay. Recently, vacancy rates for apartments have gone from less than 1% to 3%. That is a natural tendency. I've watched this in other communities, growth communities. The housing catches up and what appeared to be a terrible, terrible, urgent crisis subsides. Housing shortages are transitory. Mr. Nugent talked about how he went to Minneapolis and saw that this was true there. I've seen it myself many times. But a conversion of a neighborhood, a low density neighborhood to high density development is permanent. Thank you all. I know that you have put a great deal of conscientious thought into this. Please don't create a high density island where it doesn't belong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Anyone else in the room that wants to provide public comment on this item? Please come forward.
Spencer Voith, Voith Engineering, representing KJA. I think well, I got like 3. I have 100 points. I'll make 3 points. So one of the things I do really want to point out is when the zoning was approved by council, the vast majority of the northern parcel was voted to be zoned RM 135, with the northern tier being zoned R 5.4. So without the nuance of cross zoning, it was always the intent for there to be multifamily in this area. It wasn't as if we're asking for a rezone from all single family to multifamily. It's because of the cross zoning that was derived from the adoption of Title 20 that creates this nuance that essentially zones it R 5.4, but that was not the intent. Another thing I want to talk about is the affordable housing issue, and RT kind of touched on it, and it is very much an issue. We're a staff of a considerably younger people, and we're having a hard time recruiting people to come here and work for us. One of the individuals we just recruited, the only reason we got him a house or an apartment to live in is we had to pull favors with somebody we were designing for to get him on the top of the list. Otherwise, he and his wife could not find anywhere to live. It is an issue, and it's an issue that's facing us very much right now. And yes, these are going to be nicer apartments. That's the intent of new development, is for them to be nicer, newer. The people that are living in other apartments will move into this, and it'll allow the pressure relief valve that was talked about earlier. And it's a real thing. I mean, it's economics 101, supply and demand. The more we can get in the supply, the less the demand, the less the pricing. Developers are going to follow whatever they can get for rent. The more you give, the more opportunities for people to live, it's going to ultimately drive those rental costs down. The evacuation and emergency expert spoke. I'm not an expert on that. You have a staff that handles that, and they're very good at what they do. They came in, they're the ones that are going to handle everything in an emergency. I encourage you to listen to them. The other thing about traffic is we have to remember, we're not talking about if there's development or if there's not development. We're talking about a difference of 200 units roughly. So it's not all or nothing. It's, is this zoning worth 200 additional units? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the room? Come on up. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I am Mike Cole. I'm the project leader of the Grant Creek Wildfire Risk Task Force, which you've heard quite a few times before. Yeah, I've been a little bit hoarse here. Planning is all about the future, not the present. As our Ward 2 Council member Jordan Hess stated in his most recent reelection campaign letter, climate crisis is the defining battle of our generation, end quote. In Missoula, that battle now and in the future will become most visible to Missoulians as wildfire and the wild and urban interface where this project is located. Yet climate change and its ongoing and future impact on wildfire weather, fire behavior, and evacuation have been totally ignored. The city planner staff report, as well as the developer's fire logistics report, failed to address or analyze any climate change related wildfire or evacuation issues. When city and county emergency officials testified at the June 1st LUP meeting, you asked them if they have read the contracted fire logistics report, but you failed to ask them if they had read any of the scientific material provided by a volunteer task force I'm a member of, which are their peers based on recent experience regarding climate change related to wildfire issues. To date, when no one has challenged the legitimacy of our information, including your own emergency management agencies, and we're still not sure if they've even read any of our research. That's a huge hole in this whole planning effort. As a result, the wildfire information provided in the staff report is biased. The review criteria for approving or denying a rezone under Title 20, those criteria have not been met for numbers 1B, 1C, and 1D, all related to public safety and transportation. Under criteria 3 is what's in the best interest of the city as a whole. And there's no justification that increased density in the WUI in Missoula is in the best interest of the city as a whole, or even a reasonable practice for planning in the wildland urban interface. Everything to do with this project related to wildfire has been a one-sided analysis in favor of the developer. If you approve this rezone, I would say you'd be causing potential harm to all existing Grant Creek residents, especially in the event of a wildfire evacuation. You will be intentionally increasing that risk and disregarding all the scientific evidence you've been presented with in favor of increased density. You will have ignored legitimate safety concerns based on scientific evidence of future wildfire hazards and reduced evacuation times in favor of increased density. All of this is in favor of increased density. And this is in the least favorable location and the most hazardous wildfire environment in the Missoula city limits, not just in this WUI. You need to start thinking on a broader basis. You have these problems everywhere in the wildland urban interface in Missoula, and it is not going to get better. So approving this would be the equivalent of climate change denial if you allow increased growth at all costs, knowingly creating a more hazardous situation for existing residents and knowingly ignoring all the research that says the WUI is the last place you want to have increased housing density. You will not have exercised due diligence in your decision. You can't later claim we didn't know or we didn't think about it would happen here. So remember what your own city fire chief put in writing concerning this latest rezone proposal. And I quote, "The easiest solution to this dilemma would be to restrict development. But instead," and I quote again, "we turn a blind eye and do nothing at all." And in regard to some of the issues around the structures, so the fire logistics person last year last time we met at the LUP meeting, I take that back, it was at the June 1st LUP meeting, really wanted to emphasize that all the buildings had sprinkler systems built into them. So if I look back to December on the fire in Boulder, County, Colorado, I'm sure that all of those apartment buildings and hotels that burned to the ground had sprinkler systems in them. There are certain fires you cannot fight. You have to sit back, wait till the fire front passes, then hope you can get back in there and save what's still standing. And please vote no based on science, and please make a decision based on facts, not money. And thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else that wants to speak? Come on up.
Council members, my name is John Langstaff. I live in Upper Grant Creek. I live in a double-wide modular home on a cement foundation. I live in the wildland-urban interface, more wild than urban. And I am concerned because I have a handicapped wife who cannot move fast. And when the wildland fire front hits our home, she is not going to be able to get expeditiously out of her house. That's going to take us a while. Now we got 600 and some homes up in Upper Grant Creek. Well, in Grant Creek, about half of those are retired people with retirement problems, such as my wife. And I'm concerned because you are not treating our situation with adequate understanding of the danger that is posed by a one-way in, one-way out exit from that program. Last week, we heard the word disingenuous used in this situation, and I appreciate that from the council. And I think that was addressed to the developer. He is disingenuous. He's not telling us what the real truth of the situation is. He's placing us all in danger. I would suggest some other adjectives besides disingenuous. How about dishonest, deceitful, and duplicitous? Grant Creek Village is not inward core housing. It is not affordable housing. That was what we, in our original zoning plan, would like to see on this property. And we have been advocates for affordable housing from the start. Transportation is not available in this situation either. It's not friendly. Our safety and emergency is not part of what Grant Creek Village is all about. They're standing as a wall of us retreating from an ongoing fire. And it's not according to the plan that the city has advocated for the last 20 years. It is not addressing the infrastructure issues that are critical to the expansion of our city. You're putting us and other people in danger because you are not abiding by the best practices of protecting the residents of this city. I can appreciate the dedication and thought that have gone into this so far. And I hope that that thought and dedication to the city residents is utmost in the consideration when you vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langstaff. Anyone else that wants to comment on this project? Come on up.
Hello, council members. My name is Peggy Walker. I'm a resident of Grant Creek, and I'm not retired. I'm here just to make a couple of comments. First, I'd like to speak to a comment made earlier by a gentleman in the room who reminded us that no one is exempt from sharing the burden of the change that comes with a housing crisis. And I'd just like to point out that whether or not you vote to approve this rezoning, we are not exempt because the existing zoning allows for up to 500 units. Now, this weekend, I had the opportunity to seek out and find and view the Villaggio development, which has, as I understand it, approximately 200 units. Even if we stay with the existing zoning of roughly 500 units, our contribution is twice that of Villaggio. If we go to 700, it's 3+ times. And if the maximum allowed under this rezone, it could be up to 5 times 1,000 units. So that's one point I wanted to make. And then I just want to read something. The development agreement that we've been talking about over the last weeks is a lure to vote for the rezone. Don't pretend it's not. Erasing the language about incentive to approve rezoning does not change the meaning and purpose of the development agreement. Everyone sees through this. Mr. Carlino was correct. This is disingenuous. And the final thing I want to say is that every neighborhood wants streets which are safe for pedestrians and bicycles. So do we. We see the increasing danger every day as we drive up and down Prospect Drive, and there are only 100 units so far. Excuse me, not Prospect Drive, Grant Creek Road. Thank you for your attention, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Simon Dykstra. I've been a resident in Missoula for about 8 years. And I just want to make it clear that as a member of the tenant union, we are composed of old and young, able-bodied and disabled. And we're composed of people who experience this crisis most acutely. And so I just want to make it clear that every single person I have talked to who experiences this housing crisis most acutely and is knowledgeable in the wildland fire interface and is knowledgeable in the danger of that supports the rezone, the vote yes on the rezone. And so I just wanted to make that explicitly clear, and that we all are facing the issues of the future with equal gravity. I am direly afraid of my future as a young person facing climate change, in addition to knowing that I could lose my house at any moment, okay? And so I just wanted to make that explicitly clear, and I just wanted to say that I support a vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the room? Please come on up. Welcome.
My name is Dodie Moquin, and I live in Upper Grant Creek for the last 30 years. And I was part of the original, really following the original 2020 decision, and burst into tears when I saw that the council voted to not support the rezone. I thought, wow, the little guy really does win once in a while. You know, we're really up against a lot of money and a lot of power. And so I want to encourage you, nothing has changed from 2020. Nothing of substance like one way in, one way out. There's no way around that. Climate change is only going to get worse, and we are facing that. I just was a part of a mitigation project for my property, and maybe 5 firefighters came out to walk the property with me. And I said, okay, you guys, I'm just going to get straight with you. Just tell me the truth. If there's a firestorm that goes through here, are you coming up Grant Creek? Really? Long pause, long silence. And the head guy said, we just do what our incident commander tells us. And if he tells us not to go up Grant Creek because it's too dangerous, we follow what our incident commander tells us. That told me everything I wanted to know. And I've made the decision, if there's a firestorm, I'm just staying in place. I'm not going to get into a car and try and get out of Grant Creek, because I think it would be taking my life into my own hands. Not that our police department and traffic people aren't the best. They probably are, but you got one way in and one way out. And you have to face the reality that in a worst case scenario, they're going to be people that die. And to put a rezone, to say yes to the rezone, is, to me, it doesn't make any sense. When we approve of the existing zoning, that makes a lot of sense. And where it says, okay, this is for home ownership. The rezone, you can't, there's no home ownership in the rezone. But in the original zoning, there is. And that original zoning that a lot of people put heart and soul into in 1980 makes a whole lot of sense. And there's no reason to not keep the original zoning. And so I want to encourage you to do the right thing, do what you did in 2020 and deny the rezone. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to this that's in the room? Great, come on up.
Hello, I'm Nancy Heyer. I grew up in Missoula, did not ever believe that I would be speaking in front of the city council about the gravel pit. The gravel pit used to be a place where the teenagers would go way out of town to not be seen. Lots changed. In 1986, my husband and I loved the fact that after 20 years, we could move back to our hometown of Missoula. We couldn't find any houses. And up in Grant Creek lie, almost in fallow, a development. There were streets, there were sidewalks, there was sewer, and it belonged to the city. And there was a chain across there because the developer had, I don't know what happened. We were the fourth house in Lower Prospect. Now I say Lower Prospect because that's poor man's Prospect. That's what I call it. I'm a nurse. My husband's a teacher. We had a couple of kids in school. We're not rich. The fact that we retired after 45 years and we live in our dream house is ridiculous, and I took that at great offense. The final thing is picture 1987. Patty Creek, Patty Canyon was on fire. The Rattlesnake had a lightning storm and the Rattlesnake Lakes were being threatened. And then the plume of smoke came up in Upper Grant Creek. And my husband and I drove our car home to get to the children who had been dropped off by the school bus. And we had to have egress and ingress stickers. We were stopped, thankfully, from going and coming and allowing a lot of traffic in and out there. We lived that. This town was on fire. And I'm not trying to exaggerate it. It was scary. So if you plug up that end where there's this guy up here, he wasn't an old retired guy with a disabled wife when he moved into that place up there. We moved in there because it was a planned development. And we want to rely on the zoning that exists. And we want younger people to move in. We want you to have places to live. But we were young too, and we went into debt and we spent everything we had to live up there. And we still love it. So I ask you to say no. And I'm especially looking at my ward representatives. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else that wants to speak to this? Come on up.
Hi, thanks so much for allowing me to speak. I'll put my name on the record again. It's Maggie Wardstein. I've come to speak about a number of things, and I'll speak about this. And a few commenters back, I heard some questions about why does the existing zoning from the 1980s not work? Why does that not fit and accommodate the situation that we're facing now. Missoula city population in the 1980s was like 30,000 people. And the last census in 2020 is reflecting at 74,000. And, you know, we've known that we've seen some pretty significant growth even in that 2-year time frame. And so I hear from people so much goodwill, and I really want to validate that. I hear people saying, I want young people to be able to have a place to live, and maybe some misunderstanding around wealth and equity and home ownership that'll be denied to myself. I see people, some of my neighbors who, you know, are in a similar situation where that'll probably never be a reality that we'll experience here. And so just wanting to bring some like more acute understanding of like what it was to maybe buy a home decades ago is really different than what it is now. And so for so many of us, the prospect of home ownership is so out of reach. We will take anything that we can get to have just more surplus on the market. And I just think this is a really wonderful opportunity to do so. I also want to say, I want to be brief and respect everyone's time, but I do live on the cusp of downtown. What, you know, would ensue and proceed into the Rattlesnake. And I keep thinking of, oh my goodness, like my building that is dilapidated and has many issues. I think of my very special neighbors and the people I love in my neighborhood. And I think of that in another time, our building would have been denied. Like we would have been what everyone is like so afraid of happening right now. And so again, I don't want to put anyone on the spot. I look to my ward representatives who are maybe more familiar with my neighborhood and to ask others to consider like what this would be in a contemporary version of their neighborhood, because not everyone can understand that, because again, it is pretty exclusive to Grant Creek. But thank you for your time. And I really hope that you support this rezone.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room that wants to comment? Okay, we're going to go to people who, oh, one more. All right, come on up.
Hi, I'm Karen Workman, and I've lived in Prospect. We moved in 91 when we were the last 3 houses there, and so then Upper Prospect went in.
You want to
But
speak
what
first?
I was really glad that someone mentioned having another way out. And I was just going to try to remind people, and it might have been 10 or 15 years ago, that Grant Creek had a huge amount of water. In our bridge that we get across from Prospect to go onto Grant Creek, it washed out the foundation part of it, and it wasn't safe to go across. I don't know if anybody remembers that. And it was closed for a week maybe or more. And they had to make, on Old Quarry, there's a space between 2 houses where they put some gravel and stuff. And we had a road there, went down along Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and then was able to go out the other bridge. But considering what's happened this year in Red Lodge and some of these other towns, you know, that could happen to our bridges again. And it doesn't affect Grant Creek, but it does affect our Prospect and this new development that would come in. So without another road, I don't know if it's legal to put another bridge, you know, or another on-ramp there from this area. But isn't that something that they could think about, is another way out? You've got the exit at the airport that's not that far. If you had another road that could even go on to the on-ramp, at least you'd have another way out. And like when our bridge went out, if they hadn't figured out a way for us to get out, we would have been stuck. Everybody in Prospect, we couldn't even get onto Grant Creek Road because the bridge wasn't safe for us to drive on. And considering global warming and all that's happened with the flooding this year, you never know, that could happen again on Grant Creek. That's all I wanted to mention. And I was really glad to hear somebody mention that the importance of having some way to figure out another way out for all that housing.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the room? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Matt Dente. I live at 10830 Grant Creek Road. I'm neighbors with John, who spoke earlier. And the only reason I want to speak is because I think that the character of the neighborhood of Grant Creek has been misrepresented by the proponents of the rezoning. You know, it is not some enclave for the rich that it's being portrayed as, who don't want this kind of development in their neighborhood. I moved in 6 years ago. I moved in right near John, one house down from John. The house in between us is owned by a retired math professor from the university. House across the street from us, across the creek from us, is owned by a retired landscaper from the university and his wife, who was a stay-at-home wife. It's a excellent neighborhood and one where the people care a lot about the community and the housing crisis. I agree with the young folks that it's not easy. It's not like it was 20 years ago. It's not like it was 15 years ago. It's not like it was 5 years ago. So I certainly sympathize with that. But I just wanted to say that Grant Creek is not just a bunch of old, rich, white people who are retired. I have 3 kids, and if there's a
You
wildland
just want
fire,
to direct your comments to
Yeah.
council, actually. Thank you.
I'm sorry. If there's a fire, I'll be racing with John and Gloria, who's disabled, like you said, to get my kids who take 45 minutes to put their shoes on down that road. And there's lots of young families up there. We're not retired. We all work. And you can come up to Grant Creek during the school year and see the school bus get full of kids. It's a different neighborhood than the way it's being portrayed in the media. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the room? All right, we have several people in the attendees who wanted to provide virtual comment. Mr. Larson, I see you raising your hand. We're only taking comment on this item, and please observe our rules of decorum. Mr. Larson, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Matt Larson, Ward 3. Yeah, I think there's a large logic disconnect with the valve release argument. It's as though building a bunch of expensive townhomes and condos will allow people to stop occupying low income apartments at the Howards. I don't think this argument really holds much weight in the logic realm, but it is radical. It is radically unplanned, I think, on the city's part, this development. It is radically opposed by the people who live there. It is radically dangerous for the people who live there. And it is radically just not a good idea, I think. And I would support anyone on council who votes against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Diane Stensland Bickers. If you're able to unmute yourself. Diane? Did we lose you, Diane?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Hi, this is Diane Stensland Bickers. I'm a resident of Missoula, and I'd like you to vote yes to rezone this property. I'm in favor of it. I think that no matter what the income level of the people that are voting against this or urging you to vote against it is, it's more a case of NIMBYism than anything else. They don't want more people in their neighborhood because they think it's a danger to them. But they all built knowing that it was a one-way in, one-way out situation when they built their homes there. And they just don't want neighbors. They need to take neighbors just like every other neighborhood in the city is having to take more people into their neighborhoods. Nobody wants a whole bunch more people in their neighborhoods. We all need to take more people into our neighborhoods to solve the housing crisis. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Maria C. von der Palen. You're able to unmute yourself. You should be able to speak now.
Yes, thank you. And I'm here with my husband, Adrian Late, and we were going to make comments together. Yeah, we live in Grant Creek, about halfway up. And I think that the situation that's being raised about the housing crunch, I think it can certainly be addressed by the city and the county, by the city in many locations. However, the issue of wildfire has been raised by and very well addressed and studied by members in the community, and it is an issue that's becoming more and more of a concern. And the lack of exit from the neighborhood certainly poses a potential for catastrophic situation. I'd like to give my husband just 1 minute here.
I just, I think as we've all experienced COVID, we've thought a lot about risk. I think there are other options for affordable housing, and I think there is high risk, and not just for members of the Grant Creek community already, but for the people who because of low housing costs may move into that area and be exposed to risk too. To expose people to risk without the proper planning and a proper exit is just, it just doesn't seem worthwhile if there are other options.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Allison Boone. And Marty, if you can, thank you, let her in. There you go. Ms. Boone, you should, I think you're unmuted. You should be able to speak.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Allison Boone. I'm a resident of Grant Creek. Additionally, I'm a teacher and a mother. I only mention this to point out that I'm not there in person due to a lack of dedication or concern, but rather because I have young children at home who need me this evening. And it is bedtime, so I'll make this very brief. That said, I would like to echo what many residents have voiced. We recognize the need for additional housing in Missoula, and many of us support the current zoning, even with the great strain and safety concerns that it would mean for our neighbors. The rezone, however, expects far too much for a single neighborhood to shoulder and violates the growth policy. It is quite simply radical and unsafe change. I ask you to vote no on the rezone, and I thank you for what you do for our community and for your time this evening.
Thank you. Anyone else that wants to provide comment? I don't see any additional raised hands. And anyone else in the room? Okay, next in our order of business, then we will go to council comments on this item.
Madam Chair, point of order. May we have a quick recess just before we start into that? I mean,
I'm seeing nodding heads. So why don't we recess for 10 minutes and then we'll come back and start in with council comments. Thank you, Marty. Next in our order of business on this item in front of us, the Expo Parkway rezone agenda item. Next on our order of business is for council comments and parliamentary debate. So if councilors have comments on this item, please raise your hand and I will call on you. Mr. Carlino.
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to start by just explaining what the vote is on the rezone. It's not voting on a building right now. It's just voting on what can be built legally or not be built legally on that area of land. And because of the stricter zoning applying to the north parcel, 80% of this land is currently restricted to only single family residences. And with the rezone vote, if it was a yes vote, then it would be allowed to have single family residences, duplexes, threeplexes, fourplexes, apartments up to 45 feet tall. And just knowing how hard it is for people to find a place to live right now in Missoula, I just ask, why would we keep this housing illegal? We need to legalize housing in all parts of our town. We can't make it illegal to build 2, 3, 4plexes in any residential neighborhoods. So during a housing crisis, we as a council need to stop making housing illegal. We need to legalize housing, and then that would make the vacancy rate go up. And when the vacancy rate goes up, then us renters aren't so beholden to our whatever the landlords want. Living on a month-to-month lease right now with a under 1% vacancy rate in town, we're worried every month our rent could go up. Or if we end our lease, the landlord decides to end our lease and there's nowhere to live. And I got elected on the council to help represent the 50% of our town that is renters. And we need to start opening up some vacancies and make it to where we're not all just worried that we're going to get kicked out of Missoula any day. And looking at this one in particular, it's a gravel pit. It's not a wildlife habitat next to Greeno Park. It's not right on the river next to the Clark Fork River. It's a gravel pit. And from an environmental perspective, if we don't build on the gravel pit, housing is going to be built somewhere else eventually. So for the sake of our environment and for the sake of renters in town, I encourage everybody on the council to vote yes on the rezone today. That way we can legalize housing on this area of land and also make sure that we don't need to build out and out and out and rather can build on a gravel pit that's already environmentally destroyed. So I encourage everybody to keep the 50% of our town that are renters in mind and to vote yes to legalize housing.
Thank you, Mr. Carlino. Other counselors? Ms. Cheryl.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm sorry I can't be there tonight. I am away taking care of my parents. First, I want to thank everyone that has given public comment on this item. We've heard from many of you on both sides via email, voicemail, and in person. I also really want to thank my colleague, Mr. Hess, for giving this item the time that it needed in council. I feel it's been a thorough and a fair process for all involved, and it has had many opportunities for people to participate. So thank you for that. Just as a side note, before I talk about this, I also want everyone to know that I dislike the word NIMBY, and I really wish we wouldn't use it because I think it attributes motivations that may or may not exist. And also because I think it dismisses and it minimizes neighbors' concerns that are real, regardless of where they live and what their income level is. 2 years ago, I voted against a proposed rezone on this property. I did not feel at the time that my concerns and questions around fire evacuation were answered to my satisfaction. Tonight, I am going to vote yes for it, not because so many factors have changed, but because I believe they were more thoroughly vetted and explained. The right turn lane onto 90 West helps the traffic flow for sure, but the bigger item for me is the detail that was provided by emergency services, police, and the sheriff's department on how an emergency evacuation would be handled. Closing the lane on the highway, stopping the Expo Parkway residents from exiting until those in higher danger are out, cutting off the entrance to Grant Creek and controlling the traffic lights, et cetera, et cetera. I suggest anyone that is really interested in this to watch the land use and planning meeting from June 1st. It's about a 5-hour meeting. So you may not want to watch the whole thing, but it starts at about an hour and 55 minutes. And for me, that was what the main piece that changed my mind on this. Beyond that, we all know that we are in desperate need of housing in our community. And I believe all neighborhoods need to take part in this. I think you all understand that. The market is gridlocked because of painfully low vacancy rates, which continues to push the housing prices up. This development will not be affordable housing because we are not able to condition zoning, but it will be housing stock, which is an important piece of supply, demand, and prices. I've heard from many businesses struggling to hire employees because they can't find housing. This includes our university, our schools, as well as many of our local businesses. So this is an economic issue as well, but I don't really think that I need to explain the need for housing to anyone in this room tonight. I want everyone to know that I do not take this decision that affects this neighborhood or any other neighborhood lightly, but I am supporting this tonight because I believe we are in desperate need of housing and because I am comfortable that my concerns from last time have been answered.
Thank you, Ms. Cheryl. Other counselors? Ms. West.
I got booted out of the Zoom meeting for a minute. I will assure you I was here the entire time. Okay, so I have a couple of pages of notes, so bear with me. So I was also a no vote the last time around, and I looked back to see what my comments were last time around this rezone. It's a lot has happened in the last 2 years. And I think my biggest concerns were around, in part, the levy system and also the safety associated with traffic. And I think that I have a better understanding this time around of the administrative process that happens after a rezone is approved. So basically, staff has the ability to not issue building permits if there are negative effects and if required mitigation hasn't been executed. A really good example of that is in our old sawmill district, where there's large, dense development that's responsible for installing a traffic light before any additional structures can be built. Our stormwater utility, which has been created in 2016, has been making strides towards recertifying our main levees along the river, and I have confidence that they will maintain functioning levees throughout our community, which obviously would also protect property that's built in this location. And then I just briefly wanted to talk about growth in Missoula overall. I went through the process of adding up all the large scale developments that I'm aware of in Census Tract 2.01. So that would be most of the north side, west side. So basically Reserve Street, east of the highway, all the way to the river, and then it jogs over to like Greeno Drive, or it comes down by the railroad. So in that geographic area, there are 71 new units in the phase 3 of Scott Street Village. Those are market rate rentals. We have 200 units coming on in Bellagio. Those are affordable for 60%. People earning 60% area median income or less. We have 70 CLT homes coming on at Scott Street. Those are affordable home ownership opportunities for 120% AMI or less. We have 240 market rate rentals coming online at Scott Street and the market rate portion of that development. We have an additional 72 affordable rental homes coming online in the Trinity site at Cooley Street. And that is not including any of the 12 plexes, 6 plexes and for unit townhome developments that are just regular old infill projects. So excluding infill projects, we have 653 units coming online. Our census tract has 802 units. So all that is saying is that there is radical change in all of our neighborhoods. That is an 81.4% increase in the number of housing units just in that part of town. I realize it doesn't have quite the same ingress and egress restrictions, but there are similar barriers when it comes to when you look at what areas are heavy industrial. We have a pipeline, we have a rail yard, we have a highway. And if any of those, if there's like a rail yard disaster, folks will also be trapped. Let me keep going. So that's the first page. So I went back and looked at the actual 1980 Grant Creek area plan, which is really a great plan, and it's super interesting. And in the introduction, it states that at the time it was created, there were 200 lots already platted, and there were 140 in process. So that's 340 lots. And that it was expected that an additional 2,500 units were going to come online between two districts planned for this area, which is the Prospect District and then the Glen Eagle District. Both of these neighborhoods were supposed to be completely like self-contained, have their own like elementary schools, their own like commercial areas. Obviously, that density that was expected didn't come online at the time and still hasn't. But this general area that we are talking about, even in the 1980 plan, was slated as medium density, multifamily, general commercial, and light industrial back in 1980. So with that, this time around, I feel like a lot of the concerns I had back in 2020 have been addressed. And I also think that in line with our growth policy and the requirement that all of our neighborhoods shoulder and we'll say an equal burden of the growth we're seeing and providing housing for our community, I'm going to support the rezone this time around.
Thank you, Ms. West. Other counselors? Ms. Savage.
I don't ever like going after my ward mate because she has a grasp on numbers that I do not. But I have listened to hours and hours of public comment. I want to thank Councilman Hess for making sure this was a thorough process. I've read stacks of emails, letters, written comments. I've read letters to the editor, studies and reports, and I've appreciated all the time and energy that so many people have put into this conversation. Thank you all for your time and participating in this process. I understand the concerns about traffic. I also have concerns about traffic in Grant Creek. I have those same concerns about traffic on Scott Street, with 600 plus units either planned there or under construction. The Bellagio, which one public commenter mentioned tonight, is just one of many projects on Scott Street that will impact the north side. I have some concerns about the same concerns about traffic on Mullen Road and the significant development there. I understand the concerns about wildfire. I also have concerns about wildfire in Grant Creek. I have the same concerns about wildfire in the Rattlesnake, at Patty Canyon, Butler Creek, Miller Creek, and many other areas where we've developed housing in the urban wildland interface. These are the growing pains of growth, and we are all struggling with these all over town. As one public commenter said, this council is often in a place of approving development without infrastructure to support it. I've come to understand in my 6 short months on council that with growth this rapid, this is the order of business.
Ms. Savage, is your mute mic on? It is.
Sorry. I'm not saying that this is the best way to go, but given how fast Missoula is growing, it's our current reality. Our staff is working hard as possible to address these infrastructure needs in all of our neighborhoods. I'm voting yes on this rezone because I think every neighborhood in Missoula is feeling the pressures of development and that every neighborhood in Missoula must have a role in solving the housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. Other comments from council, Ms. Vasika, and then Mr. Nugent.
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to say thank you for the large amount of folks that came to talk and say their words in support or against this rezone. It really does matter what we as a community can accomplish if we just come together. So I really love it when we have so much public in here. So thank you. I did vote yes originally in 2020 for this, and I will be doing the same. In 2020, my reasons were because I don't think that the government should tell you what you can and cannot do on your own land. And now I have an additional reason that still holds true today, but now we have an insane housing crisis that was just exacerbated with COVID. So I do thank you all for coming tonight, but I will be in support of it.
Thank you, Mr. Nugent.
Thank you, Madam President. I really appreciate the numbers that my colleague Ms. West shared, because that comment comparing the potential for 700 units or I guess the zoning would allow more than that at the base of Grant Creek, all densely built in one spot, and then picking one unit in a neighborhood that has significant amounts of multifamily. If we want to talk about disingenuous, I actually feel that was a little bit disingenuous. I think that there's a lot of very passionate people, and I really appreciate everybody who has come here to comment. I understand neighborhoods not wanting to change. It's one of the most common things we hear when we're knocking on doors, when we're running for council. People like their neighborhoods. They like things the way they are. I have the benefit, along with a few of my colleagues, of not having been on council when this was looked at the first time. So we've gone in with a fresh set of eyes and listened to everything very closely. The reality is that Missoula in 2022 is vastly different than what Missoula was in 1987. It's vastly different than even what Missoula was in 2007. The ability for people to afford to live here has changed. And frankly, the access to citizens in the United States to own homes has changed. It's gotten significantly more difficult for this generation to obtain home ownership. So I understand when we're talking about wanting to give people those opportunities, that's coming from a good place. But I also know that this parcel has been zoned this way for decades, and nobody has been able to make a single family development work there. For whatever reason, whether it's opportunity, whether it's cost, whatever it is, it hasn't happened. We are in a housing crisis. It's the most common thing that any of us were asked about in the last election cycle was, what are we going to do about this? Every day, there are Missoulians, like my colleague, Mr. Carlino said, that are facing the prospect of losing where they live because they're on a 30-day lease because their landlord may raise the rent or may sell it out from under them. So are these units going to meet the AMI designation of affordable housing? No, they're not. But inventory matters. I work in the housing industry, and inventory does make a difference in raising those vacancy rates. And my colleague, Mr. Carlino, mentioned that Missoula is 50% renters. It's actually 52% renters. So I very much support the idea that we need to give people more opportunities to access home ownership. And we've approved some subdivisions already on council in the last 6 months that are doing that. But we can't disregard the need for housing across the spectrum by saying, oh, single family makes more sense here. We are to a significant extent on council bound by what the landowner wants to do with their land. Often it seems like in public comments on any project, not just this one, we will hear from from members of the public who, I guess, imply that we have this either or choice. Like before us today is this opportunity to either have a developer build a whole bunch of apartments or have a developer build single families in a subdivided neighborhood. And we don't have that choice in front of us. Right now, we are looking at rezoning, but this is what is in front of us. And, I said this in another committee last week. I think it was a different project. It might've been this one, I don't know. But the reality of housing in the United States of America is we rely on private dollars to invest in developing housing for our citizens. And that comes with challenges. There are going to be things we don't like. There are going to be things that happens in our neighborhoods that we don't like. But when we talk about if this development goes through as the developer has stated, his intent is that Grant Creek will become a 50-50 home ownership versus rental neighborhood, I'd say that's still a better ratio than the rest of Missoula. And I know that's not necessarily what people want to hear, but the reality is that that ratio is 50-50, and we're grouping them, all of those units, within 100 yards of I-90, where if we have an evacuation, as we walked through with the fire, with the sheriff's department, with the police, they're very confident that they can use those easy accesses to get people out. They will control the lights, they will get people out to I-90. That's probably a lot better evacuation plan, quite frankly, than Miller Creek, that has more units and struggles with things like people waiting through several lights every morning at the busy times of day. That's an inconvenience, but that's also the reality of a city that's growing. And there are lots of places in town that are experiencing the challenges of that growth in different ways. And I think that that having some traffic in non-emergent situations that we might have to wait a light at certain busy times, to me, doesn't rise to the level of saying, no, we're not going to build housing when we desperately need it. I also heard a lot of comments about the fire department might not be able to keep their numbers as far as responding to calls in a timely manner. But if we went by that standard, no community in America would ever grow, because the reality is that as communities grow, the services have to adapt and have to grow with it. The fire department today is larger than the fire department was in 1987. Just like it's probably smaller than it will be in 2045. Let's hope. I think that's the same thing for the police, same thing for all of our services. And, you know, I've also heard a lot about how this development doesn't comply with the growth policy. And I struggle with that comment, because the map shows what it shows. And that process was very public. It was very long. People participated, and this area was designated for multifamily development. But the other thing about this project, or this property, is that it's bordered on multiple sides by the city limits, by city services. In fact, it's in the city. So the fire department has to go past this to service other people. Police have to go past this to service other people. That to me means that we are approving something in an area that is surrounded by city. So that's not sprawl. That's taking, as Mr. Carlino said, a gravel pit and turning it into something else. And I know it's difficult, but we have to start having these conversations on council in a way where we are going to allow housing to occur. This isn't just a last 2 years problem. This isn't just last 4 years problem. Missoula has not built enough housing for a decade plus. And what we're seeing both in housing costs, both rental and purchase, is a direct result of a lack of inventory. And if we said no to rezones, or if we said no to projects every time neighbors didn't like it, nothing would ever happen. And that's true in Missoula. That's true in every community in Montana. And that's true across the country. So obviously I will be voting in support of this. I really do, like I said, appreciate everybody's comments, but this is a serious time for a certain subset of people in Missoula. And I think that we need to respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from council? Ms. Becerra.
Thank you. I'm going to go before the other eloquent or very eloquent council member. So I'm going to read my comments. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you to everyone who has been participating both in support and in opposition of this proposed rezone. It is no secret, we all know, and we're painfully aware that we need more housing. And we desperately need more affordable housing. It is hard not to focus on the development associated with this rezone request, so I will provide my perspective on that. The proposed rezone, if approved, would yield market rate apartments that would add to the already approved 1,064 apartment building units that have been granted a building permit across Missoula in 2021. That is a significant amount of rental units across Missoula. This rezone, if approved, would add to the need for housing stock in Missoula. So I agree with Mr. Nugent on that. However, this proposed development will not meet the definition of Missoula's affordable housing. This is not a rental versus homeownership issue. This is about achieving both. Under the current zoning for this property, more than 100 apartments have already been developed and Grant Creek has welcomed many new residents. Many of them, like many of us who live in the area. Yes, I live in Grant Creek. I don't live in an ivory tower. I got there by working really hard and by a good amount of luck. Many of them, like many of us who live in the area, have quickly learned how much transportation costs account for a household budget. That's because it is nearly impossible to live in this neighborhood without a car and without driving a car at least once a day. The issue of transportation is not a matter of inconvenience. They are real, and they do not help this development meet the affordability status by any stretch of the imagination. If approved, the proposed development would significantly deviate from our climate and energy goals to, by 2045, reduce drive-alone commute share to 34%, reduce driver-alone commute trips by 20,000, triple bike and walk shares, and quadruple transit share by 2045. That will not get accomplished. Climate Ready Missoula includes 12 guiding principles. And guiding principle number 7 states, don't exacerbate the problem. Adaptation actions should avoid increasing our contribution to climate change or undermining the ability of other sectors or regions to adapt. Prioritize actions that reduce our contribution to climate change while building resilience. There has been a few changes in the area in terms of transportation and traffic mitigation. The improvements to I-90 and Grant Creek intersection has been implemented. This improvement took over, I would say over by now, but almost 20 years to be implemented as a way to help manage the traffic for this area under the current zoning. We have heard the details of traffic impact analysis from the developer, residents, and from our staff. The conclusion is the improvements that were installed at Grant Creek and I-90 will not suffice. From a non-expert, but rather a daily user of this area, I can agree with that. Almost 90% of the cars at that intersection do not use the right-hand turn onto the highway. Majority of vehicles go straight onto Reserve or left towards I-90 East, because that's where the concentration of employment centers and services are. So while any mitigation required for this proposed development will be paid for in part by impact fees, the cumulative effects will need to be considerable public investments. Our long-range transportation plan has never and currently does not have any allocations or projects for Grant Creek. So infrastructure improvements will likely not come as part of this development. Rather, this development might be asked to mitigate some of the added traffic or exacerbated traffic issues that it will create. Transit availability will not happen anytime soon. While the potential ridership this development could create, it requires more to have transit in Grant Creek. Ridership is only one of the factors that determines transit availability. Geographical and state route constraints are a few to mention. The issue of all neighborhoods need to help meet the housing goal for our community has been brought up many times. And I would say, yes, there's a difference though between equal and equality and equity. I'm sorry. I would like to say again that under the current zoning, this development adds approximately 500 homes. That is the Trinity Apartments and the Villaggio combined. And those are truly affordable housing developments in an area with many more options for transportation and transit. They sit in the gridded transportation parts of our community. Some have said that the formal gravel pit is the ideal place to put as much density as possible. That might be true if looked at in isolation, but we have guiding policies and regulations that allow us to make better and more informed decisions. Our growth policy states that land use designations are general in nature and serve as a guide. They do not carry the same force of law as zoning, and that decisions and implementation based on these designations should include consideration of the entire growth policy, including policy statements and site-specific conditions. It states, co-locating compact housing development with employment, retail center, and transit corridors will lower transportation costs, increase walkability, and reduce Missoulians' reliance on automobiles. Under housing goal number 3, it calls on us to strive to increase the proportion of residents who have access to a multimodal transportation network that provides accessibility for pedestrians, bicycles, transit, as well as vehicles. And specifically, it encourages us to locate higher to mid-density housing convenient to transit, biking, walking routes. Over the years, we have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on consultant fees and staff hours. We have asked our community and city councils to commit to the goals of our adopted plans and policies. And what we have learned from those planning efforts is that development should be supported in areas where infrastructure and services exist, to build near the core and to encourage development of connected communities and neighborhoods. We continue to seek the expertise of land use and transportation planners from across the country to help us guide our own development. Explicitly, they tell us the same thing over and over. Land use and transportation must be addressed together in order to provide safe and sustainable future development in our community. In terms of wildfire, another important consideration is the wildfire potential for this area. This is in the urban wildlife interface, and it is considered a high-risk fire zone. While I have confidence in our fire department and all the incident command agencies, that in the event of a fire, they will deploy all necessary resources to execute a safe evacuation of the area, we do not, as a neighborhood or community, have an evacuation plan in place. If we are to believe that in the case of a wildfire, it is simply as diverting traffic at the mouth of the canyon and a better synchronization of traffic lights that will allow for the safe and expeditious evacuation of all residents of this area, then we should have that as a documented plan of evacuation. Considering the addition of hundreds of units, thousands of people with no plan in place is simply, in my mind, irresponsible. And while many have said that our housing need is reaching public health and safety levels, I would argue that allowing this development trades one type of safety for another. And we can do better than that. We are and have been able to do better than that. I believe we need to continue to commit to the goals of our guiding documents and to sound and responsible planning principles. At the end of the day, we're not deciding on the merits of this development or this development at all. What we as council are being asked to do is to look at the rezone criteria and decide, is this property well suited for the requested rezoning district? That zoning district would allow for up to 1,000 units. Yes, we've been talking about a development agreement that would cap that to 700 units. However, what's before us today is the potential for the maximum allowed density of that rezone, and that is for 1,000 units. I don't believe the rezoning review criteria has been fully met. To substantially comply with the criteria leaves room for non-compliance. For all the reasons I stated before, substantial compliance is simply not enough to support this issue. I would like to read for all council members now what that criteria is. The criteria says whether the zoning is made in accordance to a growth policy, whether the zoning is designed to facilitate the adequate provision of transportation, water, sewer, school, parks, and other public requirements, whether the rezone considers the effect of motorized and non-motorized transportation systems, whether the rezone considers the promotion of compatible urban growth, whether the zoning is designed to promote public health, public safety, and the general welfare, whether the zoning is designed to secure safety from fire and other dangers, whether the zoning considers the reasonable provision of adequate light and air, whether the zoning conserves the value of buildings and encourages the most appropriate use of land throughout the jurisdictional area, whether the zoning considers the character of the district and its peculiar suitability for particular uses. I don't believe that that criteria has been met, and I will not support the rezone.
Thank you, Ms. Becerra. Other counselors? Mr. Contos.
Thank you. Call someplace paradise and kiss it goodbye. Hotel California, last resort. You know, I think, am I on? Thank you. You know, I think this is a huge issue. It really is. This place has been discovered. There's tons of people moving in. We're not going to stop it. But we really have to think about, how are we going to build? You're not going to build your way out of it. It's not going to happen. So in the future, and even now, we've got to think, what does this town need to look like? You're not going to solve it by building, building, building. You'll end up like some other towns, and I'm not going to mention the name. I came from one. It's not the same place because they tried to meet the needs of all the people. All of us were here first. People coming in, they need to wait their turn or do what they need to do to be able to stay here. But the people that are here, there's a lot of pressure on us to stay here. My wife and I are workers. She just retired after 46 years of teaching. I'm trying to slow things down myself, but we've been here for a long time and we paid the price for living here. I think a lot of people have paid the price for living here. And to sell out, and that's how I look at it, is selling out, because you are not going to meet the needs of the people moving in here. It's not going to happen. We have to think, what's this town going to look like 10, 20, 30 years from now? So I won't be supporting this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Contos. Other counselors? Mr. Hess.
Thanks. I didn't prepare remarks that I can read. I'm gonna reference lots of sheets of paper here, so I apologize if it's a little disjointed. I want to acknowledge the comments of both those in favor and in opposition of this proposed rezone, and I want to specifically acknowledge that there's some duality, but those comments are not mutually exclusive, and they can both be true at the same time. Grant Creek is full of really good people who care about their neighborhood, who have worked really hard to live in the neighborhood that they've selected. We've heard stories, firsthand stories about people working hard to build the life they want. And we've heard about the gratitude that they have for that opportunity. We've also had proponents in the room who have outlined the sheer hardships that they have experienced in attempting to attain housing from their firsthand standpoint. And I think we just need to acknowledge that we're in a changing world that is got a lot of challenges, and housing, like climate, like equity, is one of the defining crises of our time, and it is a crisis that we have to meet together. Throughout a crisis, I also believe that we need to have a steady hand and that we need to lean on our adopted plans and policies. And so I'm not sacrificing the quality of my review because of the fact that we're in a housing crisis. It's important to be thorough. And I think this process has been thorough, and I want to thank the public, and I want to thank our staff, and I want to thank the development team and everyone who's been involved in this for their patience in a long process that has really taken a lot of your time. So thank you for indulging that. I also want to say that there's a lot of, I represent Grant Creek. I don't live in Grant Creek, but I do represent Grant Creek. I've spent a lot of time up there. There are familiar faces in the room. I know many of you. I've met some of you at your door. I've met others of you at neighborhood meetings. I would consider many of you to be my friends, and I have spent 9 years earning your trust and your friendship. And I hope that you'll understand that this proposal has kept me up more than a few nights, and that I don't come to a decision lightly. I really don't. That said, I'm poised to disappoint many of you. I am going to support this, and I am glad I can look you in the eye to tell you that. I voted against this in 2020, and like others, I've had a change in my viewpoint of this, and I'm going to outline what's changed. And I think primarily, like Ms. West said, in 2020 there were a lot of unanswered questions. There was unsatisfactory information. There was inadequate. The process did not cause information to come into the public record around evacuation, around transportation, around some of the huge concerns that we've heard throughout this process. This is a planning action. This is not an entitlement to build a specific unit, and that's really important to me. As Ms. West said, the building permits that will be required to build these units will trigger additional reviews, and this. The testimony from our Public Works and Mobility staff on June 1st about what triggers traffic impact, what triggers improvements to the transportation system. The example that Ms. West gave of the old sawmill district being required to build a signal at Wyoming and Orange Street is a good example of growth triggering a transportation improvement. So I believe that our building permit review process and the ability to require transportation system improvements give me comfort that the access to and from this development will cause there to be additional improvements on Grant Creek Road. This development will pay several $100,000 in transportation impact fees that are required to make improvements to the transportation system. And I believe that our process through our Impact Fee Advisory Committee, through our professional staff in our Public Works Department, will do its job. And I will stay on this to ensure that those reviews are as comprehensive as possible. And I trust that our staff will do the same. I was compelled by the testimony on June 1st of our public safety professionals. We heard from the EMS, county emergency services and 911. We heard from the county sheriff who handles evacuation. We heard from our city police and city fire. We asked them questions about their ability to handle an emergency. And wildfire is a terrifying reality in the West, and we can't discount that. And we have, and I want to thank Mr. Cole for providing fantastic scientific information and very informative materials. Our city and county public safety staff, under questioning about this, expressed confidence in their ability to handle a disaster in this area. And that is, their testimony was compelling to me, and that is their job. That is what we hire them to do. And that is what they told us they could do under questioning about this item. So I find that compelling. Our growth policy is, I say this, anyone who's been to a rezoning hearing hears me say that our growth policies are North Star. It is our document that guides development. It is our document that guides whether or not rezoning decisions are to be supported or to be denied, to be approved or to be denied. And as Ms. Becerra mentioned, it is one of the very first review criteria, whether the zoning is made in accordance with a growth policy. A central component of that growth policy is the future land use map. And that future land use map has shown this area to have higher density residential for a number of years since the adoption of this plan. But going back to the 1980 area plan, there was a portion of this parcel that was shown to have higher density residential development. I find the split zoning argument to be really compelling. I think that that's a technical deficiency in our zoning code that needs to be addressed through our code reform. I think it is really problematic that that a portion of this parcel is zoned in a way that is not available to be actuated. And so I think that the testimony around split zoning to me was compelling. Lastly, I want to say that this should have been a subdivision application, in my opinion. This is a large parcel. It would have benefited from a higher standard of review, and it probably would have been passed on the first attempt, and it probably would have been built by now. And I think that that's something that is just a disappointment to me that the applicant submitted a rezoning application for such a large parcel. Like I said, we have lots of touch points for review. We have building permit. We have opportunity to require mitigations, but to have that level of review at the beginning would have been a benefit to the project. So again, I don't come to this decision lightly. I've thought about this a lot. I've looked at the review criteria. I've read all of the emails that have come in, and I appreciate your involvement, and I hope you understand the rationale behind my decision.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. Is there any other comment from council? Seeing no other comment, I will provide my comments, and then we will have a roll call vote. I originally voted against this in 2020, and a lot of the reasons have been touched upon by various counselors, but my concern in 2020 was not feeling confident that a large wildfire could be adequately dealt with. And frankly, there were some gaps in the record. We simply didn't have enough information to flesh that out in my mind, and we had asked, and it just didn't come forth. I think there were many other issues that we're focused on. So that was the primary basis of my decision back in 2020. And I went back and reviewed everything, and have also looked at all of the public comment and listened to all of the public comment and attended all of the meetings for this entire project, both in 2020 and now. And I find myself coming down and making a different decision this time. So I wanted to take the time to explain that. But I also wanted to acknowledge the public comment. Missoula is a very engaged community because we love it. We love living in this magical place. And so although these are difficult meetings, it is also so heartening to see so many people come and comment because they care. They care about Missoula, they care about their neighborhoods. And I guarantee you, if you ask most people in Missoula what they think of their neighborhood, they all say it's the best one. And I love that. I love that about our community. Grant Creek is a magical, magical place. And I hear you on traffic, but moreover, wildfire issues. That is a very, very real fear and a very real danger. And it's something that we as council do not take lightly. So I think that is all well articulated. I also hear people discussing the fact that they can't afford to live here anymore. And that formula has been increasing in intensity in terms of housing costs for decades now. And then 2008 hit. And although prices took a nosedive, we set the table, so to speak, for economically not meeting the amount of housing stock that we need to be building because of that recession. And then the pandemic hit and our economic world turned upside down, and everybody in America figured out that they could take their laptop and move to some place like Missoula, Montana and make a living. So here we are, we're in our magical town, but we have a very, very difficult situation in terms of housing and housing costs. And I have seen what's happened to communities when they don't try to grow to accommodate new growth. They change greatly, and they lose the 30% to 50% of people who are on the bottom end of earnings. And I don't want to see that happen in Missoula. So it is a very, very real issue. And it's a hard one to tackle. I don't know that we're ever going to solve it in Missoula, but we need to try and make inroads as best we can, because we don't want to lose our people. We don't want to lose our next generation, whether they are moving here from outside of state or if they are our own kids. We want them to have some level of opportunity to make a living in a mountain town with a mountain tax, as we always call it. It's hard. It always has been hard to live here, and it always will be, but we want to keep the doors open. So I see both sides of that. I think there's a lot of complexities, and I want to just say that all of that has value. And we are all in this together, and we're going to have to figure out how to go forward together. But in terms of my decision on this rezone, I really sat down to look at what different information do we have and what changes in circumstances do we have. And first of all, we do have a much more severe housing supply and cost situation than we had before. Not that that trumps safety, but it has increased in intensity. We do have a right turn lane to get onto the interstate. That is a changed circumstance, which makes it easier to get out of Grant Creek to an extent. There is more infrastructure that has been built there. And as has been noted, we do have a lot of information on the record regarding how our emergency personnel would deal with fire. A lot of this was information and education that I don't think this council had back in 2020. I don't underestimate that if there is a fire incident up Grant Creek, it is very serious and people need to take it seriously. And we hope everything goes well. But the information that was put on the record from our emergency personnel was thoughtful, showed to me that they had a lot of energy and effort and planning that had gone into how they would approach this. And it also came down to compliance, to the cooperation of people living up in Grant Creek. If they're asked to leave, they need to leave then. If they need to stay put, they need to stay put then. So there were a lot of other factors that came into the conversation. And basically, at this point, I feel like they could have a methodical, efficient evacuation. And I think Grant Creek also continues to work on doing all of the prevention work that needs to happen so that if there is a fire, things go better than not. I would recommend, I think another counselor recommended it, but I would reiterate, if you did not attend the June 1st land use and planning meeting, I would recommend that you look at that tape. And I think it starts at around hour 2 or right before there. And there's about 45 to 50 minutes of testimony from all of the different emergency personnel that would handle the situation of Grant Creek. And for me, that helped to convince me that this is a workable situation. So I will be in support of this. Seeing no other comments from council, we will have a roll call vote.
Okay, this is on the ordinance to rezone the property. Becerra,
No.
Carlino,
Yes.
Contos,
No.
Hess,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Nugent,
Yes.
Savage,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Basika,
Yes.
West,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Would any of you like to change your vote? It's 10 ayes and 2 nays.
Thank you. That passes. What I would like to do is change the order of our agenda and take the development agreement next, just for continuity's sake. Are there any objections to taking up the development agreement? And then we will return to our other 2 public hearings. Seeing no objection, we will do that. Dave, I kind of sprung you on that. I hope you're okay with that. Regarding the development agreement, it is on committee reports. So Dave, if you have a short presentation on this or introduction, I'll hand it to you.
Okay, Dave, thank you. Dave DeGrandpre, Development Services, talking about the development agreement as we did at the Land Use and Planning Committee last Wednesday. There were some comments from City Parks and Recreation Department regarding certain items regarding things like the pool meeting certain standards and working with neighborhood groups on trails and other elements. There were also some requests from counselors regarding providing information like living with wildlife related materials to future residents and things of that nature. The developer accepted the requests made of council, also of city staff, and put together, and we worked with them to try to work out some minor typo related issues and things like that. And what you have before you is a development agreement. I believe it's dated the 23rd, and it's been available for public inspection since that time. And it is before council as well. I just want to reiterate, I guess you've already taken a vote on the rezoning. You know, this is a separate agreement, and what the motion is it's a recommendation to empower the mayor to sign the development agreement, enter into an enforceable contract. Just want to state it is an enforceable contract between the developer and the city, where the developer would provide certain amenities. Most importantly, I think probably for the neighborhood is reduce the density that would otherwise be permitted under the zoning. That's probably the key element. And the development would occur under this development agreement in substantial accordance with the site plan that was provided as well. So that's kind of the nuts and bolts, quick summary. If you have any additional questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council regarding this matter? All right, seeing no questions from council, I will go to, oh, sorry. Kristen, I'm so sorry to have missed you. It's hard
No,
to.
that's okay. It was a last minute thing. Can we make a comment at this moment, or is it just questions?
Just questions, and then we'll have a motion, public comment, and then comments, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any questions from council? Seeing none, we will have a motion from Land Use and Planning Chair, Mr. Hess.
Okay, thanks. I'll move approval of the development agreement dated June 23rd with KJA Development LLC for Grant Creek Village, located at 2900, 2920, and 2990 Expo Parkway, consisting of 2 parcels legally described as Government Lot 4 and Portion B of Certificate of Service 4831 and amended Tract A of Certificate of Survey 3750 and Portion C of Certificate of Survey 4831 and Portion A of Commerce Center Phase 2 amended in Section 5, Township 13 North, Range 19 West.
Thank you. Any public comment on this motion for the development agreement? If so, please come on up to the podium. Go ahead, Mr. Linden.
Good evening. I'm Bert Lindler. I'm one of the persons who spent about 15 years getting the Grant Creek Trail developed. I'm one of the persons who contributed private monies that ended up amounting to $186,000 to match the federal grants for the construction of the trail. And I'm one of the homeowners who granted a permanent easement for the trail. I'm concerned that the present development agreement does not require the developer to grant permanent easement for that section of a trail that's going to be on the eastern boundary of the property, that in effect would be a continuation of the Grant Creek Trail through the Wheeler Tunnel someday to other portions of our city. And when we granted the permanent easement for the trail, we granted enough width so that there could be an 8-foot wide paved trail. And that 8-foot wide paved trail allows for public transportation to and from bicycles and pedestrians going in both directions. The development agreement provides for a 5-foot concrete trail now on a 10-foot easement, which is an improvement, but it's not a permanent public easement. It's some sort of weird grant that allows the public to use that if the public behaves itself. It's my experience that the public generally does behave itself, but it doesn't always behave itself. And our neighborhood and other neighborhoods in Grant Creek, 4 in total, and 2 private landowners granted permanent public easements. If the public doesn't behave, the public continues to get to use the trail, and we have to sort it out with the city. I really would like to see a permanent public easement and an 8-foot wide surface that would allow transportation to and from bicycle and pedestrian as the city has specified for the existing sections of the Grant Creek Trail. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room that wants to provide public comment on the development agreement motion?
Yep, my name is Mike Cole. I'm a resident of Prospect. See, the president of the Homeowners Association is not here. He was here earlier. So I guess from a Prospect standpoint, we have some questions about responsibility as an adjoining landowner. For instance, who will be responsible for regular maintenance of the cyclone fence that goes around the east side of the property and the north side of the property? The original development agreement had wording in it that made a lot of people upset in our neighborhood, because without any contact with the planning office, there was wording in there that the developer would seek connections for trails on their property onto HOA lands, which we pay annual maintenance fees for. We do a lot of our own maintenance. We pay for weed spraying, commercial weed spraying. So one issue is, would the developer be responsible to extend that cyclone fence to the property boundaries on the west of other landowners in order to prohibit trespassing on HOA lands? Another thing is, who is responsible on their property on an annual basis to maintain fuel breaks between the cyclone fence and the slope of the hillside, where if a fire starts down on the lower side of the hill, is going to burn right up into our subdivision? Another thing is, what will be the responsibility of the landowner for weed spraying on all those hillsides, and especially on the hillsides? Because what I've noticed around Missoula, for instance, there's a vacant lot down by the Dairy Queen that's full of knapweed that never gets sprayed. So what is our assurance that weed spraying will take place on an annual basis at the owner's expense on those hillsides? So those are a few things that I know the homeowners have thought about, but I don't know that those are all the items. So without the homeowners association being able to have a meeting to discuss what their concerns are with adjoining land that may affect their property and their common area, how are we going to know that any of that will later be agreed to by the developer? There's no development agreement, is not an agreement between the homeowners association and the city. It's an agreement between the city and the developer. So we're at a loss to make agreements on our own. We rely on you to make those agreements and consider all those issues we would bring forward. So I would request that you do not approve signing the development agreement tonight until you've met with the adjoining homeowners, Cottonwood Condos, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Prospect, and the homeowners on the west side that adjoin them in county land and anywhere else around their property. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the motion? Mr. McCormick?
Alan McCormick, Garlington, Lana Robinson, representing KJA. Wanted to correct a couple of things and then give you a little more history. We've been at this for 2 years and met with Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, met with Friends of Grant Creek multiple times, specifically asked them what they wanted to see in the development agreement, whether there were fencing needs, whether there were homeowner association needs, all of those sorts of things. We've been at it a long time and we've asked those questions multiple times. And so this is not new. This is not something that's coming up in the last couple of days as we put this thing together. The development agreement has changed. The version that was published for your agenda does grant a permanent easement. It's 10 feet, and that was the request of the Parks Department. It has a requirement that, there is an understanding that the Parks Department would like to work with adjacent neighbors to see if they can get more than 10 feet of an easement. And if they can get more than 10 feet of an easement, then the city and the developer will share in the cost of building a wider path. The Parks Department would like to see 10 feet. That's the recommendation, at least 8 feet. If the city is unsuccessful in getting that additional easement, then the developer is required to put a 5-foot pathway. But there's nothing that is a minimum. You can continue to have discussions about what the nature of the path would be that would be built in there. So the minimum is required is a 10-foot permanent easement. It doesn't go away. There was language in there about that easement earlier that did say if the public abused it, then the developer had the right to revoke a license that was being granted to the public. That language is gone now, and because now it's an easement, it's not a revocable license. The stuff that's up on the hill, those are private trails for which the development agreement requires the developer to grant a public license for. And there's a distinction between the license versus easements for a reason in this instance, because this is a private, single party, private apartment complex. And so they're putting a permanent easement along the east side where it makes sense to make that connectivity. The rest of it, there is a public license on it and the ability for the developer to withdraw that license if the public abuses that obligation. But notice that the language in there does not require a unilateral revocation of that public license. It allows for cooperation. It requires cooperation and consultation between the developer and the Parks Department to see if you can work something out first. And if they can't work anything out and the public's abusing it, then the license can be revoked. That is not the case now with the easement. And so I wanted to make that clear. I understand where Bert's confusion is coming from because there have been multiple iterations of this agreement.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Come on up.
I have a few issues with it. I want to make it very, very clear that a certain area of green space in our neighborhood was misrepresented initially as being public park. There is a green space that is a park that is in the middle of our development that we have seen a 3-fold, 4-fold, 5-fold increase of use. Fine. But it's privately maintained. Homeowner association pays the fee. We have dogs crapping all over the place. We have people not respecting our privacy. And it was represented to people coming into this development that there's a little park around the new development. Well, I encourage him to incorporate shared green space for his development. We love people in the neighborhood, but we've seen a real beating, a real disrespect. And quite frankly, if I have to shovel any more dog shit out of my front yard, it's going into your development. Really, people.
Let's.
Oh, well, it may
Point
be
of
out of
order,
order,
ma'am.
but do you live in a neighborhood that stinks like dog poop? And we love dogs. We've had 2. People are not enforcing the leash laws, the scooper laws. And I want to make it very clear that that green space in our development is not to be represented as a public park.
Thank you. Could you please put your name on the record? I didn't catch it the second time.
Anna Kenny.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So we love the trail idea, but we aren't public.
Appreciate the comment. Is there any other public comment on this motion for the development agreement? Seeing no other public comment. Oh, come on up.
Cameron Shortell, Grant Creek. Believe it was Mirtha, we had some points during the last meeting for this. Covenants wise, bear activity, the rest of Grant Creek, as we all know, anybody that lives up there, I guess, is pretty bear aware. Garbage cans, morning. I was going by the development the other day, and I've actually lived in a development not very long ago, very similar to this, and I know what garbage day is like at these places when it's time, when they're full, right? Before garbage day, a lot of times dumpsters get full and it's down on the ground, and that just causes future problems for bear, right? And other wildlife, but mainly bear. And I've lived in bear country most of my life. And I've seen them just climb right over the walls to be able to get into these dumpsters. And I'm not sure what the covenants is on this paperwork. I briefly got to skim over it, but I just wanted to make it a point that we could look into that, because we already know it's a problem in other parts, and it's nothing new to Missoula, right? I just wanted to make sure that there is some kind of verbiage in there to address it, because, I mean, yeah, they get into it. And as far as I can tell, everybody, Grant Creek, not just Prospect and in the bordering neighborhoods, but you go up to anybody's place up there, everybody's very good. No bird feeders, no garbage out left overnight, any of that. So if we could just make sure that verbiage is in there, that'd be a plus. Thanks.
Thank you for the comment. Any other public comment? And I'm checking the attendees virtually. I'm not seeing any raised hands. So any comments from council? Mr. Hess.
Thanks. Appreciate the comments. I'm not sure what's going on audio wise. Okay, there. There is an attachment on living with wildlife and bear aware. Specifically, there's a 2-page exhibit specifically that all garbage should be stored in bear resistant containers or within bear resistant enclosures, while also meeting the requirements of commercial waste haulers serving the city of Missoula. So appreciate you highlighting that, and it is there's that and other things around living with wildlife and bear aware provisions. I was hoping that staff, Dave, maybe you could answer the questions raised by Mr. Cole around the maintenance of the fencing and the maintenance of fuel breaks, as well as responsibilities regarding weed spraying.
Sure. I guess my feeling is it's not much different than any private property owner who lives next to another one. If there are fencing issues, if there are fire protection issues, weed spraying issues, it's the responsibility of the landowners to take care of those issues on their own property, and hopefully to work with adjoining properties to address those issues as well. I don't know that the city has a role. I guess that's my perspective, at least. I don't know that the city has a role to require those types of things. I mean, I think those things are pretty common whenever landowners abut each other.
So follow up. So this would be a code compliance issue that through our hazardous vegetation ordinance. Is that fair?
I think that's part of it. Also, it's a neighborly issue as well, and I would hope that homeowners association and Prospect and the developers, whoever manages this project, would be willing to work together to address common issues, because things like knapweed, are noxious weeds. They don't stick on one property for very long. They migrate, and so it'll become everyone's issue.
Thanks.
Ms. Jordan.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that I'm going to be voting no on this development agreement solely because I'm very concerned with the order within which the development agreement was presented to us for consideration. In the future, I would propose that council discuss rezones without a development agreement on the table for consideration. I think it's going to be really hard, or it can be really hard, to convince our constituents that we voted on the rezone without considering the development agreement. I think the development agreement is awesome. I cannot support it tonight because I don't want to be accused of considering it with my vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Okay, we'll start with Ms. Vasika and then Mr. Carlino.
Thanks. I had a procedural question. If this is not, if this motion fails tonight, and since the rezone was requested, will the developer have to come back with another development agreement, or will they be able to just build now that it's rezoned? If that makes sense.
Dave, do you want to answer that?
Sure, I think so. A zoning ordinance that you pass tonight, that'll become effective within 30 days. The developer, I guess at this point, is not under legal obligation to keep the development agreement on the table. I would certainly expect, given all the representations that have been made and what appears to be a good faith effort on behalf of the developer, at least that's certainly how they brought it forward with open hand. I would expect that they would observe that and honor that. So I have no reason to doubt otherwise, but.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Carlino.
Yep. Yeah, just after hearing more public comments and receiving more via email, I think there's definitely room to make amendments to the development agreement still, and I motion to send this item back to committee.
So since this is on committee reports, that has to be a motion, and you're making a motion that we will vote on to send this back to committee.
Yep,
You
I said
understand that?
I motion to move this item back to committee, send it back to committee.
Okay, any public comment on that amendment? Or on that motion to send this back to committee? Seeing no public comment, any comments from council to send it back to committee?
Oh, Dave.
If you don't mind, I think, isn't there a motion on the table to approve the development agreement?
Yes.
Or on the floor, I mean? Okay.
So you have to dispense with one motion before you can make another motion.
Jordan, what do you think?
Parliamentarian.
I understanding. It looks like Marty's weighing in, and she's probably she's the
let's
expert
go
we
to
should
Marty.
defer to.
So the question about whether to return to committee takes precedence in parliamentary procedure over the matter. And so this is a motion that you would consider now. If it passes, this item goes back to committee. If it fails, the main motion to approve the development agreement is in order again.
Okay. Thank you for articulating what I was somehow thinking in my mind, but couldn't articulate. Thanks, Marty. So this motion is in order to send it back to committee. I'll call again for public comment on the motion. Seeing no public comment, council comment on this motion. Ms. West and then Mr. Hess.
I'm not going to support the motion to send this back to committee. I think, I believe this development agreement was given to staff back at the end of last year. And we've had extensive discussion in city council. And I think that both the developers and the neighbors at this point deserve to know what is going to happen here.
Mr. Hess.
I was going to say roughly the same as Ms. West. I think that there's been a lot of work in good faith on the development agreement. There's the comments that are outstanding to me are code compliance issues. And so I think that this is in a good place and we should take care of it tonight.
Any other comments from council on this item? I'll just add my 2 cents that I agree we need to keep it on the floor and vote on it tonight. And I see no reason to send it back since we've had twice it's been in committee and staff worked very hard to pull it together after last Wednesday's comments. Okay, Mr. Carlino, one last comment.
Yeah, I think sending it back to committee would definitely show that it was not tied to the rezone. Voting, looking at the development agreement and the rezone at the same time, it's pretty hard for us to say honestly that they, didn't have an impact on each other. So I think it would make sense to vote on this a different day than we vote on the rezone, along with, having the opportunity to make it better.
Ms. Becerra?
I guess I have am I still in time to ask for a question? I guess Dave, I would like to know if something major comes up in terms of having to add something to the agreement after it has been passed, can it come back to us? Can we amend it?
There is an amendment clause in the development agreement. It basically states that the agreement can be amended, but it takes both parties. It takes the developer and it takes the city. So I'm not a lawyer, but it sure looks that way to me.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other comments or questions from council? Seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote.
Okay, this is on the question of returning the development agreement to committee. Carlino,
Yes.
Contos,
No.
Hess,
No.
Jones,
No.
Jordan,
Yes.
Nugent,
Yes.
Savage,
No.
Cheryl. I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Cheryl?
No.
Thank you.
Got that one.
Basika,
No.
West,
No.
Anderson,
No.
Becerra.
No.
Would any of you like to change your vote? That is 3 yeses and 9 nos.
So the motion fails and we are back to our original motion and we are back to council comment on the original motion on the development agreement. Are there any other comments? Mr. Nugent?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I voted to send it back to committee because I tend to agree with the sentiment of my colleagues, Councilwoman Jordan and Councilman Carlino. I do think in the future we should make more clear that these are separate. I understand that the developer turned it into us, so I will vote yes because they turned it in. But I think that this whole process has been very confusing, and even in some of the public comment tonight, the two kind of felt intertwined. And while I think we as a council understand that they weren't, I think that there's some confusion on that. So.
Mr. Hess and then Ms. Anderson.
Thanks. The developer submitted the development agreement on a voluntary basis as part of their rezoning application, is my understanding, and it's been part of the record along with that. It wasn't initially up for consideration until we asked for it to be up for consideration. And just when I think it was June 6th, requested that the rezoning be postponed, it was largely as a public service in order to carry these two items together, since they are related in the public realm. As far as the development agreement spells out some public benefits of a specific project. The rezone was the planning action that ran with the land. The development agreement was a separate. It was distinct, but of course it's related to the same parcel. So to me, it made sense for those to travel in tandem. It's really important to note that we're discussing the merits of the development agreement after the fact that the rezone is passed. So this is sort of to codify some of the proposed public benefits associated with the specific project that the developer is proposing. So I support this now. I think it's okay to vote for this now, and I support it.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson, and then Ms. West.
Thanks so much. I appreciate the sentiments of my colleagues and I share both sides of them. I think that this whole process has really shown a lot of the frustration that both the public has, developers have, and we as council have in terms of our overall processes and the decision-making boxes, and the fact that I would have loved to have been able to package the development agreement together with the rezone, because I think it would have given more clarity to us and to the public. But so many of the frustrations that we experience are due to laws that are basically enacted at the state level and sort of enforced upon us. And yet we're the ones having to sit here and have these conversations and make these decisions. So I was really wrestling with the rezoning for the points that Ms. Becerra made, that, you know, the rezone as it was would allow for the maximum density, and that the developer did decide to put this forward, but they couldn't be considered in conjunction. So I guess if the world ended right now, they could develop at, you know, the maximum density, but you know, they offered in a good faith effort to bring forward this development agreement. And because of, you know, the points that Mr. Hess made, that they are not to be able to consider together, but they affect the same parcel, and it does give clarity and to the, you know, neighbors who are directly affected of what is going to move forward and what this is going to look like. So I will be supporting the passage of the development agreement this evening.
Thank you, Ms. West, and then Ms. Becerra.
I just want to say the Google results have changed dramatically when you Google weed ordinance and a hazard since the beginning of this year. But I did find the city of Missoula weed ordinance, which is a weed hazard program to mitigate the danger of grass-fed wildfires, and not to be confused with the other weed that is now allowed to be burned in this community. But I want to speak to the development agreement. Oh, and the phone number to call. There is a phone number if you want to report hazard weeds. It is 406-552-6630. And you can also just fill out a form. I've done this and accidentally turned in people I didn't want to, that happened to own property in my neighborhood that had lots of weeds. But I also think this development agreement, I guess, needs to be approved at this point to provide assurance to the neighbors of what's going to happen here. I do think this is a prime example of why we need code reform. I think that every process we have seen so far, whether it's been what have we seen, an annexation and a subdivision and a TED that have had development agreements tied to them. And I don't think that this is a great way of, I guess, going through the process. I think it's murky, it's messy, and it doesn't provide the clarity we need, that anybody needs along the way. I also think it's partially because this project could have been brought to us in a cleaner process. I think if we'd seen a subdivision here, we would have ended up with a lot of the things that are in the development agreement up front. I'm not entirely happy with all the things that are in it. One of the things I really wanted to see happen is to have a playground that has a public access easement over it. If this had been a subdivision, we would have ended up with like actual public spaces, which I think this development agreement somewhat provides, but it doesn't memorialize them the way a subdivision would have. So I'm going to support it. I really hope that we figure out, through our code reform process, a way that's more streamlined and leaves less ambiguity along the way.
Thank you, Ms. Becerra.
Thank you. I was gonna say that this process felt entangled because it was. And in the future, I think a development agreement should come before any development is being proposed. And ideally, as both my colleagues, West and Hess have mentioned, a subdivision would have been the better process for this, with significantly more public engagement, as much as you might not want that, but it would have been a more transparent process and a way for us to truly dig into what some of the main issues are that need to be addressed. And I want to say that that would have been preferable to any other option, because right now, while we have a development process, a building permit approval process, that is not a public process. So we won't know, the public won't know what the mitigations are going to be for require of this development. And I think that that could have been avoided. In terms of development agreements, I never liked development agreements, and I really don't like them now, because I think they are not a planning tool. We, as much as we might not like our zoning regulations and our subdivision regulations, as imperfect as they are, that's what we have to work with. And a development agreement is not a planning tool. It puts a lot of responsibility on our staff to help craft it, develop it, enforce it. These are not jobs of a planner. And so I believe that a development agreement linked to a development, and particularly linked to a rezone, is not a good tool. However, I do appreciate the developers taking in all the comments that you received from the public, the neighbors, and the council, and I see a lot of that reflected in the development agreement. And I am a belt and suspenders kind of person, and I do want to offer this neighborhood some predictability, and I think this gets us there. So I will be supporting the development agreement.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Ms. Vasika?
Thanks. I'm very happy that the developer did voluntarily propose this development agreement. I will ask that the developers, even though it's not contractually binding to continue to listen to the neighbors, I hope that they do. Happy neighbors do make a happy community. So I would encourage further communications with the neighbors. And with that, I will be in support of this.
Any other comments from council? Seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote.
Okay, this vote is on the development agreement. Contos.
Thanks. Yes.
Hess.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
No.
Nugent.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes.
Vasika.
Yes.
West.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
Yes.
Carlino.
No.
Would any of you like to change your vote? That is 10 ayes and 2 nays.
Thank you. That passes. And I believe we are done with Expo Parkway in Grant Creek Village. We're going to move on to our 2 public hearings tonight. And thank you to the patient planners who have been sitting here for 3.5 hours. We're going to go to 9.1, a resolution to annex and zone Fairway View Addition Planned Unit Development. And I believe we have Spencer Stark here to present on that. Good evening, Spencer.
Good evening. I'm just getting the presentation up now. Sorry. Okay. Can you see my screen? Great. Good evening. My name is Spencer Stark. I'm an associate planner with CPDI. This evening, before you.
Spencer, if you can make the screen bigger so that we don't see the
wrong one.
rest of your computer, right?
Yeah, here.
Yeah, they're seeing the presenter slides rather than the audience. There we go.
Thank you. Perfect. Go ahead.
Great. So this evening, before City Council is an annexation petition that was submitted by Lynn Edens with Montana Northwest Company on behalf of property owner Joshua Green, requesting annexation into the city of Missoula and zoning upon annexation of Fairway View Addition PUD for 0.2 acres of land herein referred to as Portion A. This annexation is a result of a boundary line relocation request through subdivision exemption between a property within the city of Missoula at 4190 Birdie Court, also known as Lot 3, and a property within Missoula County at 3946 Foxton Court, also known as Lot A1. The boundary line and subsequent annexation are to resolve an existing encroachment issue. Montana Code Annotated Title 7, Chapter 2 provides several ways to add land to municipalities. City Council has authority over all additions. City Council may impose conditions, but the city must provide services to the annexed property, and a public hearing on zoning and annexation is required, which is the process we're conducting currently. Some background. This annexation request was approved in May of 2021. As part of that approval, the applicant was conditioned to file the boundary line relocation plat within 180 days. The applicant was unable to satisfy the condition of approval within the required timeframe and was required to make reapplication. The parcel in question is located between Lower Miller Creek Road. It's east of and adjacent to Lower Miller Creek Road and west of Miller Creek Road. The subject property is labeled and designated by the blue star. The portion, the parcel outlined in red, 4190 Birdie Court, is within the city limits. The portion outlined in blue, 3946 Foxton Court, is outside of city limits or the county, and the portion outlined in green is the portion of the parcel being requested to be annexed this evening. The exhibit on the screen demonstrates the proposed plat showing an existing no build zone and no access strip, and the proposed boundary line relocation, again with a proposed no build zone. The annexation policy was created in order to provide for orderly development, including the efficient delivery of municipal services to developed and developing areas, and to protect public health and safety. As part of the policy, annexation criteria, or as part of the policy, annexations are recommended to comply with the growth policy recommendations, and that the policy seeks to provide the same levels of service and infrastructure as other parts of the municipality. In addition, the policy prioritizes annexations of areas that meet current city standards, including but not limited to water, sewer, and transportation infrastructure. The policy is further explained via the annexation policy map. The map designates annexation area A as the light greenish color, and the city limits are designated as the yellow color. Annexation area A are priority areas that have been identified as providing the services required within the annexation policy. The growth policy designates this area as residential low density. That is the light yellow area on your screen. As you can see, the annexation area and the two parcels are wholly within the residential low density designation. Areas designated as residential low density are designed to support 1 to 2 dwelling units per an acre with varying parcel size. When portion A is added to the parcel at 4190 Verde Court, the parcel will increase in size to just under 1 acre, making the parcel more conforming to the growth policy. Currently, the portion A is zoned CRR2, and the parcel that is within the city currently is within the Fairway View Addition Planned Unit Development. CRR2 is a residential zoning district within the county. It promotes a single-family residential environment in areas served by adequate public water or sewer system, and promotes a residential density consistent with the availability of public facilities and with physical limitations of the land. Planned unit developments and planned variations are encouraged to further the intent of this district. The Fairway View Addition PUD has various sub-districts, and Lot 3 is located within the single-family residential district, which is a sub-district that only allows single-family dwellings and accessory building uses. As a result of the boundary line relocation, annexation, and zoning upon annexation, portion A is being proposed to be within the Fairway View Addition PUD. The zoning criteria with annexation is required to, or the zoning and annexation must comply with one of the following. Criterion 2A applies to this annexation request because planned unit developments and plan variations are encouraged to further the intent of CRR2, which complies with the county zoning classification. Criterion 2B does not apply. However, criterion 2C applies to this annexation request because the proposed Fairway View Addition PUD is in alignment with the growth policy land use designation. Staff is recommending one conditional of approval. This is identical to the previous condition of approval. And this is that the applicant shall file the amended plat subject to the conditions of approval for 2020 MSS SEA 00021 within 180 days of annexation approval, subject to the review and approval by development services. Otherwise, the resolution to annex and the zoning upon annexation of the property shall become null and void, and the property shall revert to its original status in the county of Missoula. This condition is recommended in order to prevent the creation of a split zoned parcel or a split jurisdiction parcel as a result of this annexation, and requires that the parcel line be moved to reflect the annexed and rezoned portions of property. Staff is recommending a motion to adopt a resolution to annex and incorporate within the boundaries of the city of Missoula one certain parcel of land described as portion A of lots A1, Fairview Addition, Lot A1, and Lot A2, Fairview Addition, located in Section 1, Township 12 North, Range 20 West, Principal or PMM, as shown on Exhibit A and Exhibit B, and zone the property Fairway View Addition planned unit development based upon the findings of fact in the staff report, subject to the recommended conditions of annexation approval and subject to an effective date for the annexation and zoning to occur at the time the amended plat for 2020 MSS SEA 00021 is filed with the county clerk and recorder. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. If you could take your slideshow down. And is there any public comment on the presentation on this issue? Seeing no public comment, any questions from council? Seeing no questions from council, we will hold this item then in council until July 11th, when we will take it under final consideration. And thank you, Spencer, for patiently waiting tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, our final item under public hearings is the public forum for the Missoula County Fairgrounds signs. And I believe Zoe Walters is here to present on that. Good evening, Zoe. You're still muted. We can't hear you.
Cassie's trying to talk. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, well, they can hear me.
Oh. I don't hear Cassie, though.
Just run to a different computer. Can you hear me now?
Yes, and although the name says Zoe Walters, it's Cassie Trippard.
Correct. So I was saying, I have a question for Jim Nugent prior to continuing. I believe that the applicant, which is Missoula County, is not present. This is meant to be a public forum, and state law requires that the agency attend the public hearing. Could we do a check just of the attendees list with a raised hand or in the room to see if Missoula County Fairgrounds is present? Not seeing anything.
I do not see them.
Okay.
You know, we could try and contact Emily Bentley to see if she could zoom in.
Yeah.
We would contact her and we could take up something else on our agenda and come back to this in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, and we did try to reach out to them during the hearing when we noticed they weren't there. We're kind of wondering if this won't be valid due to their absence, if it's best to possibly table it till the next city council meeting.
All right.
That seems appropriate because the state law does say that the public agency is to be represented at the forum. And that's for the purpose of people being able to ask questions and make inquiry. So temporarily delay it tonight while you wait. Otherwise, you have to delay till next meeting.
Yeah, they haven't reached out to us since we tried to contact them earlier in the evening.
Okay, why don't we just take a second? We're having someone seeing if they can contact them.
Great.
Why don't we just hit pause for a second? She could go to, all right, you can do that, Jordan. We're going to send Emily Gibson a link and she can join in so we could get this done tonight, if that's all right, to take a few more minutes.
Great. Yep.
All right. Sorry. Wrong button. Cassie, you have a presentation on this. I think maybe we could get started with the presentation while Emily joins us.
Okay. Yeah, let me pull that up.
While Zoe pulls that up, are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great.
And if you
All
could.
right.
Perfect. Great.
Can you
Well,
see my screen? Okay, great. All right, so I'm Zoe Walters. I'm an assistant planner in community planning, development, and innovation. And we received notice from A&E Design on behalf of Missoula County Fairgrounds of their intent to replace an existing sign with heritage signs at the Missoula County Fairgrounds located at 1075 South Avenue West. The proposed project includes the removal of the existing overhead entrance sign at Fairway Drive and South Avenue, and the addition of 2 eternally illuminated ground signs arching over the Fairway Drive vehicle and pedestrian fairgrounds entrances. Missoula County is a local government agency, and City Council is authorized to hold a public hearing when an agency proposes to develop or use public land contrary to Title 20 zoning regulations. The public hearing is known as a public forum. Public forums used to be held at Board of Adjustment, but are now held at City Council due to a recent state law change. The Missoula County Fairgrounds are located at 1075 South Avenue West, east of Russell Street. The green star marks the location of the proposed signs. The fairgrounds are zoned OP3, public lands and institutional. Parcels located to the south and east of the fairgrounds are also zoned OP3, and the parcels to the north and west of the subject property are zoned C14 neighborhood commercial. The fairgrounds land use designation is public and quasi-public. The designation is for land with structures or uses such as schools, airports, community buildings, cemeteries, and utility facilities. Land currently owned by public agencies or held in reserve for future development or public facilities also receive this designation. Surrounding land use designations include regional, commercial, and services, community and neighborhood mixed use, and public and quasi-public. There's a concentration of office, retail, motor vehicle repair, parks and recreation, schools, restaurants, financial services, and religious assembly uses surrounding the fairgrounds location. The surrounding uses are compatible with the land use designation outlined in the growth policy. Title 20, Section 2085-95 states government agencies may propose to use public land contrary to local zoning regulations. Whenever an agency proposes to use public land contrary to local zoning regulations, a public hearing must be held to allow for comment on the proposed use, and the agency shall attend the public hearing. City Council does not have the power to deny or condition the request. This means there will not be a vote on the item. The county may move forward with the sign proposal following the public forum. However, the county fairgrounds may consider public comment. Title 20 defines agency as a board, bureau, commission, department, an authority, or other entity of the state or local government. Missoula County is considered a local government agency and is permitted to vary from zoning through the public forum process. Missoula County is varying from Title 20, Section 2075-100 B4A, special signs, review by the Design Review Board for approval of a heritage sign. The section states new heritage signs may only be approved when the Design Review Board finds that the granting of approval would result in superior design for the overall site, is in conformance with the overall purpose and intent of this chapter, and reflects a historically accurate sign that was previously on the site. Missoula County is considered a government agency and as such is exempt from local zoning regulations, allowing them to vary from the requirements to get approval from the Design Review Board for installation of heritage signs. Title 20 defines a heritage sign as one that employs distinctive graphics, symbols, and lighting that is a unique design to the community and are historically accurate, reflecting the heritage of Missoula. Heritage signs may be in the form of non-conforming signs or new signs that do not fit within the typical definition and measurements of wall, ground, or other sign. In other words, heritage signs are their own sign type. The county has followed the intent of the code by requesting review and approval of the heritage signs by the Historic Preservation Officer. The applicant submitted photographic documents of the past sign, design of the new sign showing the historically accurate relationship to the past sign, and proof of consultation with the Historic Preservation Officer, Elizabeth Johnson, as normally required by Title 20. The proposed signs were reviewed by the Historic Preservation Officer on March 18th, 2022, and were found to comply with the Title 20 heritage sign definition in section 2110. This is an image of the historic sign at the entrance. And this is at Fairway Drive entrance at just off South Avenue. And the key features include the archway, the fonts, and posts on either side of the sign. This is an image of the existing entrance sign. And this is an image of the new proposed signs. The proposed signs include one large arch sign to be placed overhead the Fairway Drive vehicle entrance, and one small arch sign to be placed overhead the Fairway Drive pedestrian entrance. The large arch sign or vehicle entrance will, over the vehicle entrance will be 46 square feet in area and 25 feet in height. The small arch sign or pedestrian entrance sign will be 11 square feet in area and 17 feet in height. Both signs will be internally illuminated with a white background and black bold font. The proposed design of the new signs will reflect the heritage of the Missoula County Fairgrounds using distinctive design and lighting, a historically accurate arch and text font. And staff does not have a recommended motion as no action is required.
Great, thank you for that. And we have Emily Gibson as an attendee. Emily, I'm going to allow you to talk. And if you can unmute yourself. Emily Gibson from the Missoula County staff and in charge of the fairgrounds. So Emily, did you just want to have any brief comments on this item? And then if there's any questions.
My only comment to you guys is thank you for your service and for working so late at night on a Monday. I really appreciate it. And the staff gave a really great report in the committee and gave a really great report tonight. So I don't really have much to add to it other than
great
good job.
Well, it is our pleasure to be here at 10 o'clock at night. So we do have a representative from the fairgrounds here. If there are any questions or comments from the public regarding this item, that is the purpose of this hearing. I am not seeing anyone raise their hand from either the public that's present in chambers or that is virtually attending or that any of the counselors. Oh, we do have some council comment. Okay, Ms. West.
So I had one question, and that is, I was wondering if this new archway is going to be ready by this year's fair. And then in general, I just think that this is such a vast improvement over what's there already. And it's going to be a really nice, welcoming entrance.
We are hoping that it's there for this year's fair. Obviously, there's supply chain issues, and so there's no guarantees, but it's part of the bid package from the fence that's going in right now. And so it's already under contract.
Great. Mr. Hess?
Thanks, Emily. This is capping off a lot of really wonderful improvements at the fairgrounds. It's great to see how much that space has been transformed over the years, and want to congratulate you on all that. And it's nice to see a public forum come forward that isn't trying to build too much parking or eliminate bike parking or do some other thing that's contrary to our goals under Title 20.
Yeah, well, Paul Phillips said he designed it, and he's a historic preservation architect. So it's the font is Art Deco font that's used throughout the fairgrounds, and it has been used throughout the fairgrounds since that time. So we're excited.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from council? And any public comment or questions? Seeing none, I believe we have concluded this public forum hearing. Zoe and Cassie, is there anything else we need to do to comply with our statutory requirements?
Nope. I'm glad we got through it tonight. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Emily, for zooming in at the last minute. Appreciate that.
Oh my gosh, you guys are the best. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you so much. So that matter is concluded. We do not vote on it. It's simply having a public forum for people to voice their thoughts. All right. So that concludes our public hearings. We're done with committee reports. Is there any new business? Seeing none. Communications from the mayor. I will pass general comments of city council members. I will start with our virtual attendees. Ms. Jordan, I'll start with you.
I'll pass tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cheryl.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be kind of brief because I know everyone's tired and I'm happy that I'm someplace that is actually an hour earlier right now. As a policymaker, I say regularly that I operate someplace between fear and hope in many of my decisions. And on Friday, I realized that I need to add anger into that spectrum. I'm remote tonight, as I said, because I'm taking care of my elderly parents. My mother, who in her time marched and protested for women's equality, sits with me watching news coverage as her granddaughters are stripped of rights that she helped to ensure for her own daughter. And it's hard for both of us to get our minds around it, honestly. As we know, overturning Roe v. Wade will not stop abortions. It will only stop safe abortions. It will not stop those of us with privilege and means from finding abortion care. It will stop those that are the most vulnerable among us from finding it. And luckily our state does not have trigger laws in place that make abortion illegal now, but there's already talk about limiting abortion access here in Montana and it's considered a likely state to enact lots of restrictions. So, I know people have probably been watching coverage or out marching there in Missoula, but this could mean that your 14-year-old daughter, niece, student, cousin is raped, that if she's raped, that she has to carry that pregnancy to term. It could mean that expecting parents receiving kind of the worst news of their lives will have to carry a viable pregnancy to term, knowing that that child will have a very short and painful life. It could mean that hopeful parents doing IVF will not be able to do what is necessary in the process when it doesn't work out as planned. What this really means is that the highest court in our country does not believe that women are capable of making decisions for our own bodies, lives, and families. So I'm really angry. And it's a very interesting thing to be processing that with my mother. But I'm also scared. So if you have not paid attention to elections around the country, it's time to start. Voting in a Democratic majority to the Senate is the only way that we're going to codify this. So I would say consider, other than just being angry and scared, consider donating to pro-choice candidates in states that have seats that we can flip, and also volunteer to do phone banking remotely for those states. Frequent businesses, both in person and online, that support full health care that includes abortion care and travel for their employees. You can easily find these online, but Patagonia, Apple, Nike, Dick's Sporting Goods, do your research and vote with your wallet. And this November, send a message and vote legislators in and out of office at the local, state, and federal level that do not support individuals' rights to bodily autonomy. I'm angry about this, and I'm angry and disappointed for my daughters that right now they are going to be living in a country that has a lot of states that they have less rights than I had when I was their age. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Cheryl. Ms. Vasika?
Thank you. I will be brief. This weekend is 4th of July weekend. We will not have a council on Monday, so I will save my comments on 4th of July today. A little bit of history on the 4th of July. Although the vote for independence from Great Britain was actually took place on July 2nd, the Continental Congress formally adopted the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 1776. So that's why we celebrate it on the 4th. In the Declaration of Independence, one of the most famous preambles we have, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. So I take men to be women and men. It's really important for people to get involved with their local politics, national politics. You be the change you want to see in the world. I'm so happy that we have so many women on council and so many people who in the past couple of years have stepped up and run elections and run campaigns because they want to be involved. It's amazing that the youngest founding father was only 18 years old. That is to achieve such historical greatness and such historical significance at such a young age that we consider today, it's just amazing. So in between your hot dogs and your fireworks this weekend, I would ask that you take a moment, read the Declaration of Independence. It's only 4 pages. The last 2 pages are mostly signatures, so it's only pretty much 2 pages. Read part of the Constitution, learn your rights. And I will finish off with a quote I admire from Condoleezza Rice, the 66th United States Secretary of State. She said, "The essence of America, which really unites us, is not ethnicity or nationality or religion. It is an idea, and what an idea it is, that you can come from humble circumstances and do great things. That it doesn't matter where you came from, but where you are going." So happy 4th of July, everybody. Be safe, have fun, and celebrate our country. Thanks.
Mr. Contos.
I'll pass. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson. Thanks so much. Just a quick reminder that hopefully you're not lighting off those fireworks in the city limits because they are illegal. And they are, it's not that we are poo-pooing fun. We are just, it's illegal. And as someone who has people in my family who are, it is upsetting to a lot of folks in our community, the noise that they make to pets, to veterans, to people suffering PTSD. So have a moment and show a little respect and go outside the city or the city limits into the county where there's wide open space and be safe with all of your firework celebrations. And I appreciate the comments that were led off today by Ms. Cheryl. I also am angry and I'm not going to reiterate all the good comments you made, just to basically say I agree. And that while I would encourage people to also pay attention to local elections, local state elections, Supreme Court elections, that unfortunately this decision has been put back onto the states, and there are a lot of states in this country who have trigger laws, who are trying to enact trigger laws, and local elections matter, and paying attention to those as just as important as paying attention to the US Senate races. And a lot more, tens of millions of people in this country need to start paying attention, because if you look at how many people don't vote, it is astounding. And if you're out protesting and you didn't bother to vote, well, then we need to have a serious conversation, because, my mom would say, if you don't vote, you can't complain. So we make it in this country really, we try, and we are not perfect. And there's a lot of places that do a really crappy job of trying to disenfranchise women, minorities, poor people from voting. And it is incumbent upon all of us who have more privilege to stand up and demand that that is not right. So everyone has the right to vote. And when you have that right, please exercise it. Thank you.
You, Mr. Nugent.
Thanks. I just would say I appreciate very much the heartfelt comments from Ms. Cheryl and Ms. Anderson, and fully support a woman's right to make their own decisions on. And I will leave it at that. Speaking on that, I will defer to my other colleagues. I had an opportunity this weekend to do a ride along with the Missoula Fire Department, and I want to say that I just find them to be a wonderfully professional group. And there's like all the other things that many people in council have gotten to do, learning about departments and things like that. There's just so much more to their job and what they do for the community, and we're lucky to have them.
Thank you, Mr. Carlino.
Yeah, just wanted to say I was glad that we passed the Grant Creek rezone today, and I hope with our code reform, we legalize housing all over town and ensure that things aren't restricted to only single family homes, but allow for all sorts of types of housing. And then also echo my other colleagues' comments, and with just the frustration that with the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade, and just knowing that, you know, it's a time that we're all living in, we're with an authoritarian government, and it's really hard to watch. And I hope we examine any past authoritarian policies that are at a local level, as well as we criticize the federal government as well. And just another way to help besides voting, you could also donate to like local abortion funds like the Susan Wickland Fund. And yeah, I will stop there.
Ms. Becerra.
Pass. Thanks.
Mr. Hess.
I'll pass. Thanks.
Ms. Savage.
Thank you. On Friday, June 24th, my youngest daughter turned 14, and she woke up to a world in which she has fewer rights than her grandmother's. She's moving up and forward, fierce and strong, while it seems the world is moving backward. When I look at her, I see everything that is good and right. She is kind, righteous, and whip smart, with depth and knowing beyond her years. She deserves more than what the Supreme Court handed down on her birthday. My older daughter's almost 16, and she's sitting across the country tonight, dealing with athletic adversity alone. She's tough, she's motivated, and she's tenacious. And she knows herself and her body, and she deserves the right to do with it what she chooses. They are exactly what I'd hoped for when I said I wanted to raise strong daughters. I have yet to tap into the unmitigated rage that I see in so many people around me, because I'm still mourning. I can't yet summon the energy to scream from the top of my lungs at the injustice of a court that sees me and my daughters as less than full citizens. But I know we have little time for my grief or sadness. Abortion is healthcare. Every person who could become pregnant deserves the privilege of choice. There are a few things I believe in more than my two daughters, or in people practicing their right to choose when and if to have a child. They say that all politics are local, so tonight I urge you to support your local abortion clinic. And in Missoula, that's Blue Mountain Clinic, where I was an abortion counselor for a handful of years. I can tell you that while working there, most of the people I helped were mothers, and not one person over the years took the decision to have an abortion lightly. I can also tell you that nothing is more powerful than being a quiet witness to a person exercising full autonomy over their bodies and their choices. I'm bringing this to the floor of the City Council today, not because this policy can be decided here, but because when I ran for office, I promised to stand up for people who do not have access to tables where decisions are being made about their lives. As an elected official in the United States of America, it's my duty to call out when our systems fail us. And in overturning Roe v. Wade, the Supreme Court failed us all. Thank you.
Ms. West.
I just, it's very hard to go after you. You're very eloquent. No numbers, no. And I am not going to talk about Roe v. Wade. I just wanted to remind everyone to please be safe this weekend, and do not bring sparklers into our public parks, especially our conservation lands. I was on the North Hills a couple of years ago. We go up there every year for the 4th of July to watch the fireworks across town when the grass caught on fire, and we had the Missoula Fire Department respond and put out the fire. So please keep those sparklers out of our parks and keep the fireworks outside of city limits.
Thank you. We have no miscellaneous communications, reports, and announcements. We have nothing else on our agenda, so thank you for your service. We will stand adjourned.